Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Irving City Council for July 11th, 2024. It's a pleasure to have each and every one of you with us this evening. Sinead, do we have any organizational or service announcements?
Well, I'm trying to pause here a little bit because I don't have them yet.
We'll ask the staff in the back, do we have any organizational? I see them moving fastly.
Looks like we have a citizen comment. That is not the color for organizational service announcements, so I'm going to go with the no.
Okay, well then the next item on our agenda is the invocation. If you would please stand this evening. The invocation will be given to us by Pastor Larry Pittman from the Irving Baptist Fellowship.
Heavenly Father, we pray for your guidance and wisdom and understanding upon this council and the work which they are doing, not only tonight, but each and every day as representatives of the people of Irving. Please guide them as they consider impacts of the economics and the citizens' concerns and the matters at hand tonight, and really through their careers. Help us, Father, as citizens to understand the overall impact of our community and not our only concerns. We also pray for our sister cities through Texas, which have been impacted by the recent hurricanes. Please guide those who wish to rehabilitate these cities and keep those precious, wonderful workers who are working so hard to rehabilitate these cities. Again, guide us tonight as the matters come before the City Council. Help us use wisdom, and may all of these things glorify you, Heavenly Father. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. If you'd please remain standing, Councilman Taylor will lead us in the pledges.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Kyle. Before we continue this meeting this evening, I'd like to recognize Phil Riddle. If the former councilman for District 4 would come forward. There we go. Well, I've had the privilege over the last 9 years to serve with one of the finest gentlemen that I've ever had the opportunity to meet and to know. He's a gentleman that has spent his whole life here in the city of Irving. He was born here. He contributed. He spent over 30, how many years? 32 and a half years on our fire department. He's been very active in his community as far as his church. I love to have the opportunity to hear him sing. I appreciate all that he has done for us as a community. You know, you don't often find or have the opportunity to have somebody of Phil's caliber to be on the city council, someone who was born and raised and has seen this city grow. And he has an unbelievable knowledge of where things are because of his involvement on the fire department. Get you in the right department. But anyway, but Phil was always the one that was there when we had questions about how things came to be, why we needed right-of-ways in certain places, why there were right-of-ways in certain places, where water lines were, all those different things that really make a difference when we make a decision on how we move forward as a city. So he's one in a million. We're so blessed to have had him as one of our people to work with us on this city council. So Phil, from me to you, thank you. And thank your family. Pat, can I get you to stand and show the family that's here? I think there's some other family members. Please, come on. Because anyone that does this job knows how challenging it is for the family. And when we make these tough decisions and people aren't always happy with us, it's tougher on the spouses than it is us. So Pat, thank you for your commitment. Thank you for letting us have this fine gentleman for the last 9 years. So in recognition of your outstanding leadership, Phil Riddle is presented the Irving City Council Service Award for his years of selfless dedication to the residents of Irving. Irving City Councilman, Place 4, 2015 through 2024. Congratulations, Phil.
Wow. When I retired from the fire department in 2010, I had a guy come to me and said, "Hey, Phil, would you run for city council?" I said, "Absolutely not." I said, "I don't want no part of that." Well, that put a bee in my bonnet. And I felt like the Lord just kind of kept poking at me. So I ran my first time in 2012, lost a runoff, but then got elected in 2015. So I want to say thanks to the residents of District 4 who trusted me in 3 elections and put me in office and allowed me to represent them and try to make some headway for South Irving. I had some big visions for what we could do. At the time, didn't realize what we would run up against with a lot of the hesitation by developers to come down here and put things in. But I'm hoping that with some of the stuff we've done on Irving Boulevard that we've kind of created a base for them to come in and look at, and we can actually do something down here, get some things in down here. Biggest thanks go to my wife. She allowed me to do this and chase this dream. It wasn't really a dream. Sometimes it was a nightmare, but she allowed me to do that. And she was always there supporting me. I'd tell her, I'd say, there's a banquet or a luncheon coming up. And she'd say, "Do I have to go?" But she would always go with me. She'd always be there by my side and to make sure I wasn't there by myself. So she's been my best cheerleader. I mean, for 45 years this September. We celebrate 45 together. It's been wonderful. So thank you. I was going to say some things about this most recent election, but I think there's been enough said. I would just say, let's clean up next year's election. Let's be nice. And let's don't throw the dirt around, okay? So thank you. Thank you for believing in me.
Not finished with you yet, Phil.
Is this a good day or what?
For Phil Riddle, South Irving is the place to be.
And that's what I have been trying to tell people. You can make money in South Irving. Business can flourish down here. The people want business down here, and we continue to reach out and try to get people to come.
And for Riddle, it's been a great place to live and to serve the city.
When my parents moved here in 1946, it was a small burg of about 2,500 people, and now we're much larger than that, probably approaching 250,000. So when I say I have grown up in Irving, I can also say I've grown with and aged with Irving.
He started his service early, participating in student government before graduating from Irving High School in 1967. After college and a stint in the Air Force, Riddle spent 32 years with the Irving Fire Department, again serving the city, retiring as a captain in 2010. But retiring just meant he had more time to devote to supporting the city he loves. Phil Riddle served 3 terms on the city council.
It's really been a fun 9 years, it really has. So I'm hoping that I've laid a base for whoever follows me to build on. And that's probably the main thing I would like to see happen.
Among the issues important to him in his years as a council member, honoring veterans.
For us to be able to do something for the veterans who have served us, who have carried the freedoms that we have on their shoulders, for us to be able to pay them back is absolutely marvelous, and I'm proud to see this.
Economic development.
We are probably one of the closest cities to the biggest economic driver in the area, and that's DFW Airport. Our city was founded based on transportation with the railroad. We have an enormous amount of highway miles in our city.
And did we mention South Irving?
I think this is absolutely great. This is what we've been talking about and needing down here, something that'll really give this area a shot in the arm.
The city of Irving celebrates Phil Riddle's decades of service.
A little over 32 years as a firefighter and then 9 on council, so that's over 40 years of serving the citizens. And I love it here. I've been here all my life, and it's a great place to live.
Don't go too far because you never know what we're going to ask you to do next. At this time, we're going to have the special ceremony for our new elected officials and re-elected officials. So those that are going to be taking the oath of office, if you want to gather down in front with your families, and we'll have the judge come up, and we'll go ahead with moving forward. So Luis Canosa, District 4, Councilman Albert Sapanta, District 6, and Councilman Dennis Webb, District 8.
Councilman Luis Canosa, please come forward. And is there anyone that you'd like to stand with you, sir?
I guess my beloved brother over there.
Please come forward. And at this time, Councilman, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Luis Canosa,
I, Luis Canosa,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
or affirm
that
I will faithfully
execute the duties
of the office of City Council, District 4, City of Irving, Dallas County, of the State of Texas, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state. So help me God. Congratulations, Councilman. Councilman Albert Sapanta, please approach, sir. And Councilman, please raise your right hand, please, and repeat after me. I, Albert Sapanta,
I, Albert Zapanta,
do solemnly swear
solemnly swear
or affirm
or affirm
that I will faithfully
that I will faithfully
execute the duties
execute the duty
of the office
of
City Council,
City Council,
District 6,
District 6,
City of Irving,
City of Irving,
Dallas County,
Dallas County,
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will,
will
to the best
do the best
of my ability,
abilities,
preserve,
protect,
and defend the Constitution
the Constitution
and laws of the United States and of this state. So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations,
Thank
Councilman.
you.
And Councilman Dennis Webb, thank you. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Dennis Webb,
I, Dennis Webb,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
or affirm
that
I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of City Council at large, District 8, City of Irving, Dallas County, of the state of Texas, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, and protect, defend the Constitution of the laws of the United States and of this state. So help me God. Congratulations, Councilman.
Okay, thank you, Judge. We appreciate that. We're going to take about a half-hour break here. There's refreshments and things across the way to spend some time with the newly elected officials. We'll come back at about 7:45. Okay, well, we appreciate everybody being with us this evening. We want to congratulate those that have been elected and re-elected, and thank the judge for being down here with us. The next item on our agenda is the Citizens Forum. Shanae, do we have people that have signed up for the Citizens Forum?
Yes, we have one, but she knows the rules, so I'm just going to call her, and you have 3 minutes with Miss Emma West.
What else? Who do we have, Shanae? Oh, Emma.
Miss West, can you please pull down the microphone? We can't hear you. Thank you.
Is it on? One second. Yeah, 1 second. We're going to check it, Miss West. One moment, please.
There you go.
Thank you. Emma West, 3639 West Northgate, apartment 152, Irving, Texas, 75062. Mayor Stouffer, City Council members, and friends. This is a follow-up request concerning the need to have sufficient lighting on William D. Hayes between Northgate and Country Club. There are still only 2 lights for that area that covers approximately 2 blocks. But on the same street, William D. Hayes, between Country Club and Walnut Hill, for about the same amount, same area, there is still 9 lights. It is hard to understand why this happened, and it is perplexing as to why the problem cannot get corrected. This is a problem that the City Council has been aware of for years. It is disturbing that the actions of the City Council says the citizens of the same area are not as important as other areas. I say that because the problem has not been corrected, and the City Council is very much aware of the situation. Thanks for listening, even though it seems you're doing nothing.
Ms. West, thank you again for coming down. I know Orlando has been working with you. We have provided all the information over to Encore, and Encore is one that will be reviewing those lights and then installing them. So we'll continue to follow up with Encore, but we have provided all the information over to them when we are waiting for
How long have you been telling me that?
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I'll step in and face the music. A lot of times when a developer comes in, they install street lights. And so when that other subdivision was built, the streetlights were installed by the developer. And so then when we as a city request streetlights to be installed, we have to go through Encore. We have to ask for them, and they put them in their budgets as they have over the year or over their period of time to be put in. So for example, you can go in several areas around the city and see where there's very little streetlights, and you can see where there's plenty. For example, in Valley Ranch, we serve up in that area. The Valley Ranch Homeowners Association has actually been putting in streetlights every year because the developer did not do that at the Homeowners Association's cost. The ones that we've been able to put in by the city, we have to go through Encore. They actually own them, and they charge us back for the electricity that they're used on. So what we've done is we've contacted Encore. We've been on them just as long as you've been asking us. It's on their agenda, and as soon as they have the dollars to do it, they will install them and start charging the city for the usage of them.
thank you for that answer, but I would like to follow up with someone. I did not know we were depending on Encore to pay for it, and then it comes back to us.
Yes.
Yes, Orlando will continue and Dan will continue to work with you. Thank you.
Pardon me?
The staff members that you've been working with, Dan Vidrom and Orlando Sanchez, they'll continue to reach out to you.
Okay, I have
And
never talked to whoever that is.
Okay, the assistant city manager here. And so, but Dan will continue to
Talk
be
to
your
him.
contact. Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is the public hearing on the Housing Action Plan. Sinead, do we have people that have signed up to speak this evening?
We have one person, and I believe that's Susan Motley.
Okay, and for the record, Councilman Taylor has filed an affidavit for this item and will be abstaining from the discussion. Good evening.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Mr. Hillman, staff. I am Susan Motley, 2617 Still Meadow Road, 75060. I'm here to give input on the HUD grants proposed in the 2024-2025 Annual Action Plan. Here's why. You've asked for it. Not from me personally, but from the public. So I'm here to talk about that tonight. In a moment, I'll give my specific input on that plan. But before I get there, here's my main point. Say what you mean, do what you say, and do so now, not later. Before I go further, let me give you a little context. I'm an Irving resident of 35 years, 20 as a renter, 15 as a homeowner. I went to school in Irving ISD and was raised in a working class family with the same kind of low to moderate income levels HUD funding is meant to help. In rentals in Irving, my rentals in Irving have included a trailer, 2 rental homes, and at least 3 sets of apartments. I also rented as a single mom with 4 kids, struggling to pay for housing, food, along with daycare and student loans that were as much or more than my housing. While I was still a single mom, I was able to buy a home for me and my kids. I was thrilled. I've asked Officer Sanchez to share a photo of me with those kids at the time in front of that home. To make a long story short, I've spent a lot of time in Irving trying to find and keep affordable housing. I'm not alone, and the struggle today is very real. I thought long and hard about all those struggling as I reviewed this plan because that's who these HUD funds are for. There's a lot in the plan that I like. That is, until I reached page 37. Caused me great confusion. Page 37 is where you talk about homeless and other special needs activities. And it talks about the congregant,
1 minute left.
the non-congregant shelter that was in the home art plan that was approved. That's why I'm here today. I sat through your work session today in which you distanced yourself over and over again from that non-congregant shelter plan that was already approved more than a year ago. It made good sense then, and it makes good sense now, and it's in your plan. Say what you mean, do what you say, do it now, not later. Thank you.
Do we have any others wishing to speak? Okay, that brings us to the next item on the agenda, which is a consent agenda, which is items 3 through 24. Per the work session, we're going to be pulling item 7 for individual vote. Are there any others that the council wishes to pull? We'll wait for Councilman Taylor to rejoin us. I'd entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
Motion approved, second.
We have a motion and a second. Would you please vote? And it passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda that we are pulling is a resolution adopting a position to support reduction in sales tax and use tax revenue collected by the Dallas Area Rapid Transit Authority, DART. Sinead, we have residents that have signed up for this one?
We do. We have a few that have signed up, or a couple that have signed up in opposition, but they do not wish to speak. That's Jacint Zubat and Benjamin Nguyen. And then we have about 6 or 7 that have signed up to speak in opposition. And I'm going to say a name and call another name. If the other name can come to the front, that would be much appreciated. So Benedict Parks, you're up first, and then Jonathan Hoover, if you could be on bat. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Benedict Parks. I currently reside
One second, sorry. I think, Pat, could you please come down and help? We just want to make sure the microphone's on and that everybody can hear you and that the folks at home watching can hear you as well. My apologies for interrupting.
Should be on.
Okay, there you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just go ahead and speak as close as you can to that.
Okay. Like that? Thank you. My name is Benedict Parks. I currently reside at 643 Senda, Irving, Texas, 75039, and I have lived in Irving my entire life. I used public transit for roughly 3 years to attend college, and it was invaluable in ensuring I could afford to obtain my degree. A reduction in funding to DART would make it more difficult for students in the future to use the same service that I enjoyed. It is reasonable to ask DART to do more for the Irving community, given the tax commitments made. However, if the goal is to see improved service, cutting funding is the wrong approach. A reduction in funding would be catastrophic to DART's ability to improve service and increase ridership. DART is now a market leader in pay for police officers, and in the last year has increased their police presence on trains and at stations to protect public safety and promote increased ridership. I have used DART to go to work over the last 2 years, and I have seen the improvements DART has made and believe it is critical funding is maintained. I strongly encourage the council to reject the proposed resolution to cut DART funding by 25%. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Hoover. I live at 153 Cowboys Parkway, Irving, Texas. I'm here for set reason tonight, which is reduction in DART funding. I do not support DART funding I do not support rejecting or reducing DART funding. I use DART to go from work, to pharmacy, and to anywhere else I need to go. I would suggest doing more or asking DART for more with the current funding, as it would improve services for everyone that needs DART as a whole.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Varun Srinivasan, and then followed by Manny Benavides.
Hello, my name is Varun Srinivasan, and I live at 8221 Ranchview Drive, apartment 3023. I'm here today because I believe that Irving should not cut funding to DART. I do not drive, so I rely exclusively on the DART to get to work, do groceries, and get anywhere I need to go in Irving. I ride the 229 frequently and use GoLink regularly. Cuts to the budget of DART would severely negatively impact my livelihood. My story is not unique. Elderly, disabled people, and children in particular rely on access to safe and reliable public transit. Reducing access to our most vulnerable groups will have long-term negative impacts on Irving as a whole, especially with no alternative options that are not prohibitively expensive or outright unavailable to the groups I mentioned above and the many others that are dependent on public transport. With DART's recent expansions to the GoLink service areas in Irving, plus the numerous planned frequency increases to buses and the light rail, I feel it would be irresponsible at best and life-altering at worst to should these budget cuts go through. Thank you.
Manny Benavides, followed by John Peter Yamachu.
Manny, you're up. Manny?
Manny.
Manny, you're up.
My name is Manuel Benavides, and I reside at 2108 Meadow Glen here in Irving. Mayor, city manager, and city council, I'm here tonight to say that DART has been providing service for Irving for 41 years. When Dallas Transit asked Irving if they wanted to join, we in the city, especially minorities, got involved because we needed public transportation, and there was an issue that was in opposition that DART should not come to Irving. Well, anyway, as you see now, DART has been providing service to Irving, and I'm sure that the contribution that Irving makes is over $100 million, probably over 120. But yet Irving has its needs. Public transportation is something of the future. And now I see item 7 that you're proposing to reduce funding. And this is ridiculous. We cannot go backwards. We need to go forward into the future. Transportation. And as you notice, many, or I would say more than 3, were in opposition to the reduction. We better wake up. You up there in the council need to realize that you represent us. You need to start talking to us. You need to start talking to those you represent in your district of what our needs are. And public transportation is one of them, one of the most important things. And if you go around and ask, even people will talk to you. Public transportation, and look, the high cost of everything now. Here in South Irving,
1 minute left.
there's a need for public transportation. And my point is, I'm in opposition of any reduction to DART. So let's wake up and see what are the needs of the community. So my point is, do not reduce the funding to DART. Thank you.
John Peter Yamachi, followed by Shyam Sundar Ganashram.
Good evening. My name is John Peter Amauchi. I am a two-time alumnus of the University of Dallas from a family of alumni, and I have taught at the University of Dallas, and I am periodically attending Mass at Mater Dei. And what I want to ask the council to consider is the council's resolution here, the council's resolution before here, indicates that there's a concern that DART is not, or the city of Irving is not getting what it's paying for out of DART. My question to the council, which I'd like the council to consider, is how much does the council expect to get out of spending $130 million a year for a city of almost 300,000 people? I did some back of the napkin numbers, which I'm sure the city council can get better numbers on this, but the similarly sized, or actually it's much smaller, 200,000 person city of Merton, or borough of Merton in London, spends significantly more than Irving does in public transit, and again, for fewer people. Now, they have a world-class system there. Is Irving expecting to get a world-class system or a decent system for $130 million? Is there a city of 300,000 people in the world that gets decent transit for $130 million a year? And even with the amount that Merton spends, it's significantly less than the approximately $1.5 billion or so that Irving residents spend every year on automobile transportation in buying the automobile, renting it, tolls, and other such things, gasoline. So DART is already, with this amount of money that it is getting from Irving, improving service to the city with, as other people have mentioned, the GO zones, the increased frequency, the new bus route that's just started this June, and the bus frequency improvements to the 229 to 230, which are frequently standing room only, and one of which runs right just out here, and what I use when I want to go to Modern Day when I'm riding the bus. I use DART weekly, and I have seen, as other people have said, the improvements that they have made with the security and the safety. I know people who are UD students who were children of modern day families who have used DART, relied on it. It has been very beneficial to their lives, and the improvements that DART is making to security and frequency tangibly improve their lives. And I would encourage the council to vote against the resolution and work with DART to improve service across the city. Thank you.
Mr. Ganeshram, followed by Shabir.
Good evening. My name is Sham. I'd like to talk about the budget cuts on DART.
Please list your address.
My address is 12164 Gonzales Drive, Frisco, Texas. I oppose the DART cuts as I have friends who are residents of Irving and use DART a lot as they have visual impairments. There are also disabled residents who have no choice but to take DART as getting privately owned wheelchair accessible transportation is costly. DART needs to get better for the people, not worse. Thank you.
And our last speaker on this is Mr. Shabir.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today, and thanks to the mayor and the city manager as well. I am a resident of Irving. I live at 810 Lake Carolyn Parkway, apartment 303, in the zip code of 75039. First, I want to thank the council for... Say again?
Your name?
Yes, my name is Ahad Shabir.
Thank you.
First, I'd like to thank the council for taking this option off the consent agenda and allowing us, the citizens of Irving, to give input and allowing for productive discussion on this. I would like to strongly appreciate that, because I think these cuts are very dangerous to the future of the city. Because I personally chose to live in Irving 10 months ago because of the access to DART. I live about a 6 or 7 minute walk from a rail station, and I have a plethora of bus access that I regularly enjoy. Another thing that I wanted to point out is that while there is some concern, as previous speakers have addressed, on the return on investment that Irving is getting from its sales tax payments to DART, that there have just recently in June been significant expansions of the Goling Zone to cover the Las Colinas Urban Center and many other areas, and there have been the addition of 2 new bus routes. What's coming in the future is the Tier 1 bus plan, which will entail the increased frequency of the 229 bus route, which runs through MacArthur in the south and Valley Ranch to the north, and eventually Beltline to Carrollton. And all of these frequency increases, both on the 229 and also that is planned for the light rail, which will be planned to run every 50 minutes, would be an absolute game changer for me, because it would make it much faster for me to access retail close to the Valley Ranch, Cypress Waters area. And, but as communicated through DART, is that if this 0.75% sales tax go through across all its member cities, then we're actually going to be taking a step back, and we're going to start reducing frequencies on some of DART's most important routes. And I would just like to highlight that is an incredibly huge mistake. I think there is significant opportunity for Irving with its high-performing routes in the area, as well as connections to many vital transportation hubs like the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport and the Dallas Love Field Airport as well. And in addition, I'd like to mention that also on the agenda, there was talks about adding a station for the stadium. I think it's around Spur 482. And again, these things can't happen if we pull the rug under DART. So again, strongly oppose this resolution, and I would hope the council, mayor, and city manager will consider as such. Thank you.
Okay, I'll return it back to the council for discussion, motions. Yeah, you can have 3 minutes. Okay, I'm glad to see you here. I get a weekly report from you how terrible the service is in South Irving, so I appreciate you coming down and telling everybody else.
Thank you. I was late by 1 or 2 minutes to sign up, and I was at a DART Citizens Advisory Committee meeting in Dallas. I'm here to speak against the reduction
Please
of...
list your name and address. I'm up here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Name and address for the record.
It's Kay Schecht. I sat there reminding myself to do that, and then I forgot. I'm Kay Schecht. I live at 931 East Oakdale Road in Irving, 75060. But I'm here to speak against a reduction in the sales tax monies to DART. We need to improve DART and not force DART to have to delete some of the services we have worked so hard for. We had our first general election in 1984, I believe it was. I was living in Chicago at the time. I grew up here in Irving, graduated in 1963 from Irving High School. But I had told my parents I was not moving back to Irving until we got a public transportation system. So they told me in 1984 we were getting one, so I moved back, and I'm proud to be here. DART is a benefit to businesses and residences by providing transport to and from work, for medical appointments and other errands. Many people with mobility or other health challenges are dependent on DART. They actually would have no way to work and back without DART. A reduction in funds would mean routes being deleted, schedules changed to longer intervals between. Both rail and bus equipment will decrease. Jobs will be lost because of no transportation. Also at DART, jobs will be lost too. So what you're doing is adding to the unemployment list, which reduces sales tax revenue, which I know you all want. So we don't want to do that. The future plans for improvement of necessities cannot be eliminated or cannot be implemented if we put this reduction of tax through. Some of the things that we've been needing and were planned for the future are benches and shelters, trash receptacles and signage at all the rail and bus stops. We've been asking for that for many years, and we want to keep that going in progress. We've waited a long time for some of the basic necessities, and we built from DART from scratch. We wanted to keep progressing, as other people have said tonight. And if we do have that reduction in tax money, I think you owe it to all the residents in Irving to tell us what you're going to do with that extra 1/4 cent of sales tax. Thank you very much.
Okay. Brad.
Yeah, I wanted to discuss a few things. I think we said a lot at work sessions, so I'd definitely reference that, but I did want to answer a few questions. It so happens we did ask the residents, and it is DART is our most expensive service, more than police, more than fire, and it's our lowest rated service. The residents responded with surveys that we do something. And so we have listened, and we need to demand value. $110 million. Irving did not get that service, and we've got to be good stewards of this money. And frankly, all the cities could do this on 75 cents, the service that we're getting, and have lots of room to spare. What do we expect? We expect value for what we contribute. Literally, with that cent, we could reduce property tax by half and still have $5 million for police, $5 million for fire, $5 million for parks. So a quarter would not go as long of a way, obviously, but it could either go to some essential services we're trying to do. But I question then, why not $300 million if we just need DART. We have to look at what we're getting for the value. We also expect decency in our bus stops, for them not to be run down. We expect, when we were contributing more and more money, not to have our routes cut and other cities increase routes that weren't contributing as much. So we have the expectation that our residents do. The car service, we're supposed to be so happy with. I was trying to take that and only take you within one box, then you have to get out and walk across the area. I could not take that car service from here to my house in Irving. You have to get out in different zones. But the real issue is the DART board itself is controlled 8-7. So 8 members of the city of Dallas are controlling what happens with money. We were made to pay for the stop over by Verizon. We were made to pay for the stop by the stadium site that we want so bad. And yet you have Dallas getting redundant stations downtown paid for by DART, parking garages, a variety of other things. We were buying right away. And so the mayor and city manager have been working for 4 years to do all the very things you're asking. All the cities not named Dallas, I expect a resolution coming out that we all want value. We do want public transit, but we want value for what we're contributing. And so it's a demand that the citizens have told us to make through the recent survey we've had. I think the mayor said it's probably the only survey of service that's maybe been completed at large. And our citizens have spoken. And we expect for $110 million worth of service. We're not getting it. And so the idea is we cannot reduce what we're going to contribute, because that's got to be done by an election. I think if enough of the cities express this intent, you may see more service. You may see better service, because in my mind, I rode the bus downtown when I lived in Valley Ranch, and we had better service. We had more routes. We had more routine. And now to the point where a lot of our residents who need public transit won't ride it. And so I support this resolution. There will be no reduction in sales tax at this minute. It's an expression of our intent that we actually get value out of our $110 million and rising. With all we further expect in Irving, that sales tax is only going to increase. And so this agency, I think, is probably one of the only ones in the state that does not have a revenue cap each year, that does not have money returned to the people who contribute it. So I certainly support this, and I will make a motion to approve this resolution.
Second.
Kyle, did you want to, anybody else want to speak? Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Dennis?
Yeah, I'm going to echo what Brad said. I have been totally dissatisfied with DART service for a long time. The bottom line is, number one, you're not going to have the city in peril. You're not going to have the transit system shut down in Irving. All that's not going to happen. But the reality of it is that when you have a DART board whereby another city controls your routes, any routes we get, the city of Dallas board members tells us yes or no. That is unfair. That is a monopoly, and pretty much what we are experiencing in Irving is a monopolized board of the Dallas board members deciding everything. Even though you got these cities like Irving and these other cities that are putting all this money in, and we really don't have to say so. You said, talk to DART about improving efficiency. Well, we had a talk with their new executive director probably, a year and a half ago. Came in and promised they was going to reduce, because they had cut all these routes. And then they said, okay, we're going to give you some more routes, put some of the routes back. I don't even think we maybe got a few more. Bottom line is, we as a city council have a responsibility to be fiscally responsible with the money that you're giving DART. And DART need to play fair with all these cities. Unfortunately, we have no leverage for the most part because we're outvoted every time. You can take every member city in DART on the DART board, and every member city can want to vote for something, and the City of Dallas board members can outvote them every time. That is not a fair system. And so at some point, we need to stand up, the other cities, and say enough is enough. And so for that reason, I'm going to support this resolution myself.
John.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a quick comment, sort of directly addressing a question that seemed to get a lot of approbation from Ms. Schecht. The question was from her about what do we intend to do with this quarter cent. So as has been stated, this vote does not control the tax rate that DART receives. If the DART board, which means Dallas, decides to reduce their contribution by a quarter cent, before we can touch that money, we got to go to you and tell you this is what we want to use it for. So the way the sales tax structure is set up, we can get 2 pennies. First penny, we just get to use. Second penny, you all get to tell us yes or no, can we use it for that? So if down the road this all ends up with DART saying, yeah, quarter cent reduction, we'll be back with proposals, and you can tell us where to stick those proposals if they don't meet your standards. I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Al?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I do support this resolution, but I support it for all the reasons that you've had put in front of you, but I also want to say we support you. And this is a way to ensure that as we go forward, that we're able to get the value of the ability without losing routes, because if we are in a situation, because we've already lost some routes and had nothing to do with the difference on the financing. The other part of it is there is not one light rail urban transit system that is not subsidized, period. So no matter what, if it's a penny or 2 pennies or whatever that is going into the coffers of DART, it's not so much that they're not trying to provide the service. The problem is that at the end of the day, we look at what we're actually getting as a return on the investment of a penny a year, which is $110 million. We're not saying we want it all. We're saying 25%. And by the way, every other city is doing the same thing and joining. Our mayor has been part of that board trying to coalesce it. And so guess what? The people are listening that are making those decisions so that the DART board hopefully will be able to do it. And it's not about you losing your service. We don't want that either. I mean, so please understand what we're trying to do, and we're trying to get it done as judiciously as we can. And so I will be supporting this, Mayor.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll just say one quick thing. You know, my concern on this has been my many years on the DART board. While we work well on many things, we have our challenges in others. Prime example is during COVID, the routes were reduced in several cities. Ours was one of them. As a return on that, there were the GO links put in place, and we have had several Dallas representatives say that the GO link is the Cadillac for everyone, and the member cities do not deserve a Cadillac service. And so they're thinking that the GO link needs to go. The challenge is, what are we going to do as far as setting up the appropriate routes that we used to have, and to deal with those individuals who are 1 or 2 out there that need the service. The challenge is, in order to justify a route, it has to have a certain amount of people on that route. Unfortunately, in a lot of areas in our city, you cannot get that number to work out. So those individuals are somewhat left out of the process. And that's what we're trying to figure out, is how do we get to that point. The challenge has been that we are doing the same thing we've done since day one. We're buying new vehicles, new buses. Instead of maybe buying big buses, maybe we could buy some small ones. I asked about that. They said, we're only buying 2 sizes. But if we had smaller, we could go into the neighborhoods without tearing up the streets and maybe get those individuals who are challenged. Now, I'm not saying they're challenged enough that they have to have the paratransit service. They just are, they don't have vehicles. Some people just do not have vehicles. And so it's just been a real challenge for us, or for me, to continue to see the ridership decrease, of which we were 10 years ago in 2013. We were at 71 million people that we were moving on DART. In 2023, we were at 41 million, a loss of 30 million people a year traveling on DART. So the challenge is, why are they not riding it? It's because we need to look at transit in a different way. Buying the same bus, buying the same rail car, buying the same service over and over is what I consider insanity. When you do the same thing over and over and over again and expect a different result. And until we really look at this from a different perspective of how do we provide this to individuals, it's not going to change. And if it doesn't change, then those individuals that are rider challenged are not going to have a service. It's almost to the point where, you know, everybody seems to think that if this would happen, which it'll take, as John has mentioned, it's going to take a lot of effort to get done if it would get done. The hope would be that we could take that extra $20 or $30 million and put in some type of a system ourselves. You can see what has happened in Arlington, where they have put less money in than we do. They have an on-demand service. You see it in other cities. The gentleman from Frisco. Frisco doesn't participate in the system. Also, what needs to be understood here is these 13 cities have been putting a full penny in for 40 years. And because of the system, we get quality points for air attainment. And because we get quality points for air attainment, the federal government sends us dollars for highways. So what you have is 16 counties with over 100 cities that get dollars for roads from the federal government because 13 of us are paying it on the back of a full penny to DART. It's not fair that we should be doing this. It's not fair that those dollars are enjoyed by other cities and they're allowed to use their penny for police, fire, parks, economic development on the roads that are being built with federal dollars that we're making sure come to the region. So there's a lot of inequities, not only in the fact of service and things of that nature, there's inequities in the dollars that our 13 cities are spending to make sure that the 16 county, 8 million people have roads on their way to Oklahoma, so they move out of our communities. So there's more to this than just how it's faced on the face of it. There needs to be some equity in how the cities are treated that have made this sacrifice for over 40 years and lost a lot of what we've lost. Everyone in this room knows that there was a vote where Mr. Jones wanted to pull out of DART because he said if the Cowboys are going to stay in Irving, you've got to pull out of DART. So when the election was lost, it was no surprise to me that the Cowboys left. Mr. Jones said they would. They went to a city that didn't have their penny tied up in DART or public transit. A lot of the economic development that we don't have, that people are concerned about and complain because we no longer have, is because of this commitment of 1 penny to this service. So if we're going to commit this 1 penny to service, it better be damn good, because we're losing a lot on the other end. That's the reality of where we are. So we have a motion, we have a second. Would you please vote? And it passes unanimous. The next item on the agenda is our zoning cases and companion items. which are items 25 through 41. Shanae, if you would please have those that would like to speak stand, and Shanae Jennings will swear you in for the zoning cases.
Hi, if you're going to speak on a zoning case, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that all statements which you will make tonight to the City Council of the City of Irving will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated.
Our first zoning case is 2024-235 AD, considering an alcohol distance variance of 300-foot distance, separating requirements between a religious facility and a place of business selling alcohol beverages, 114 and 118 East Irving Boulevard. Shanae, is the applicant with us, or do we have people signed up?
Yes, sir. We have, I will read the names of the people that support but do not wish to speak first. It's Jaskaran Thind, Jagpal Sunda, and Sandeep Singh, and Mr. Harry Singh is here. He's the applicant, and then we have 3 speakers.
Okay.
Mr. Singh, would you like to approach? Please state your name and address.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Harpreet Singh, resident at 2600 Sherwood Lane, Colleyville, Texas. I moved to United States in 2007. I was a 20-year-old. I moved to Irving in South Irving. I was in South Irving for 15 years. In my 15 years, I set up businesses in Irving, in Fort Worth, Arlington areas. Last year, in May 2023, I bought the real estate in downtown Irving. It's on 100 Main Street, 8 properties. And before buying the properties, I came to the city to see the properties that I'm buying. What I'm trying to do is good to use, because I have a restaurant and a bar in Irving, in North Irving. And I was in Irving for 15 years, so I want to do something in South Irving. So I bought these properties last year. I came and asked the city, is this properties are good to sell alcohol and serve alcohol on this property? And they told me yes. So I bought these properties. The construction work was going on Irving Boulevard. So this year in January, we start developing these properties. We develop a Rocking Crab that is on 100 East Irving Boulevard, where used to be a big state fountain. So we have a new restaurant coming over there called a Rocking Crab. This is the second location. The first location is in Dallas. So I think it's going to be really good for the community, and it's going to bring some like a really different kind of a cuisine to South Irving. Right now, there are no bar in these areas, or just restaurants with serving beer and wine. So this is the first one on the main street. So the reason I'm here today is, so I was good to sell alcohol in these properties. So this year when we start developing, so we will start developing 114, where we're going to put, I also have convenience stores, 7-Eleven. So we're trying to build a store similar to 7-Eleven on 114 East Irving Boulevard, which gonna provide really good service to the community, quick convenience store with the snacks, all kind of snacks. In the future, we're trying to build a kitchen as well, but we're gonna start with that and a beer and wine. So this year I came and I submit an application for a TABC permit. So I got my application approved in May 30, 2024 for alcohol. And I have this paper that my application was get approved. So on top of that, I was making all these investments to build this business. I almost I almost made like 100,000 investments just to open the stores, pre-ordering everything. And everything was like ordered, all the walk-in coolers, shelves, all the stuff that goes to the convenience stores, the size of a 7-Eleven. So in June, when I came and applied for a CEO, I was told that I can't sell beer and wine. And it was like quite a surprise for me that I can't do it over here. When for a year, more than a year, I was told like I can't do that. So I came that day when I came to the city at 9:30. So it is a long story too. I just don't want to go to like too much details what happened that day. But when I was here, I went to the planning and zoning department and I filled out the application for a CEO. And then when they told me like can't do a beer and wine, I said like it is approved. And I have a paper signed by the city secretary, and they make me wait 15-20 minutes. The person was helping, he go to his supervisor, and by like doing this, it was almost like 3-4 hours. And like they asked me like I have the paperwork that city approved you, and I said yes, I have a paperwork in my car, and I'm gonna go get the paper. I went to the car, bring these papers, and hand over to them just to see that I was approved and I'm not lying. So at that point, they took the paper from me. They said like they're gonna show it to their supervisor. They took the paper from me, they took to the paper, and they make me wait for like another 30-40 minutes. And after that, they told me the same thing, I can't sell a beer and wine. And the reason is like they say there is a religious place in a 300 square feet. It's a really, I don't want to say like it's a small place, but it's like just a shop, and it's used for some religious classes or something. And that's the reason I think nobody even noticed when I first time applied, when I was inquiring about this, like for some reason nobody noticed it. And at this point I made so much investment, it's very hard for me to, get declined. So I was like pleading to them like, assign me, but then the worst thing is like I was in the city office for 4 hours, just, going back and forth. And then I told them, they make the photocopy of these documents and put a watermark on the top that says avoid, and giving me those documents. I said, I need my original documents because I didn't submit these documents. You can't legally have these documents. But they were not giving my documents back to me. I did everything in my power to get those documents back. I called 911, I came downstairs, I asked for help on the front desk. But they were so resistant, like they won't give my documents. And I was telling them it's illegal. It's like, it's not right on any level, That's my documents, you can't keep those. So, because I was like so upset, and like they were not giving me. And finally at around like 1:30, the director for planning and zoning, she came in, and then she told me, like they're gonna write a void on my document and then they're gonna give the document back to me, but she's gonna sign it and write a void on the document. I told her like, that's not her office document, that is signed by some other office. She can't do that, because that's not your sign, how you can write a void on an official document. So, but like, then we start talking again, but, it was like very surprise for me, in like city like this, in advanced city, and this stuff is happening. That is like, they have no right to keep my documents that just I gave them to show them. I didn't submit those. But finally, they give my documents back. And after a couple of days, I want to really thank City Secretary Shane Jennings. She reached to me about this, and she told me like there is another step that I can bring my case to the council. And I also want to thank Mr. Philip Sanders. He helped me as well, guiding me how I can do that, because I never done this kind of stuff before, going to the city council and everything. So I don't think so it's any bad idea for that strip, because if we want to develop Main Street in Irving, we need to bring some businesses, more restaurants. My plan is to bring like more restaurants on those 8 properties, in the future. But it's only possible if we have like other town doings, like Oak Cliff, Grapevine on the main street. If you have those kind of environment, welcoming businesses, and we can provide some. Right now there is no bar and restaurant in South Irving. If you have to go to the other side of the town. Either you go to the Dallas or you go to Las Colinas or North Irving. There is nothing like any good cuisines in a South Irving, and the reason is quite obvious. There is so much restrictions, to do a business. That's my side of the story. As I said, I was told for more than a year that I can do this, and when everything is done, I did all the investment, and now they told me I can't do it. It's not fair. That's all I have.
Thank you. We have individuals would like to speak. I'm sorry, Kyle.
Yes, Deborah Howard.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Howard. I reside at 132 East Scotland Drive, Irving, 75062. I moved my store, Yoga So Good, onto Main Street in December of 2018. Over the past several years, the businesses on Main Street and in that area have faced many challenges, not the least of which have been all of the demolition and construction. But the good news is, this construction, along with the area getting designated as a recognized heritage district, has given us the new walkway with the art space and the green, a new parking lot, a gorgeous heritage park makeover, and Irving Boulevard improvements. New businesses have moved in, creating new energy, and in fact, as many of you know, the new restaurant taking the space for Big State is opening any day now. We're really excited about the changes and the opportunity and the energy. Furthermore, the city has hired a dedicated redevelopment coordinator. She has so much energy, and we are making good progress. I'm here to ask all of us to be committed to building an area that will not only serve the local community, but also will become a destination for people throughout the Metroplex. Let us take the opportunity to promote business and lifestyle choices that will build up our area. I think we can encourage improvement that will allow us to compete with other areas such as Grapevine and Carrollton and the Bishop Arts areas, which have dedicated a lot of effort to their areas. In fact, I'm committed to being part of the solution, so I am in fact reimagining and redesigning my space and will be reopening with a new concept that I hope will support that effort. I am speaking tonight because I believe in all the opportunities and riches in South Irving.
1 minute remaining.
While I do not object to stores selling alcoholic beverages, I do not believe that having one at the heart of our neighborhood creates the vibe we are seeking, and I'm requesting that the variance be denied. We must take advantage of every opportunity to build vitality and reinvigorate our downtown area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. Last speaker on this item that signed up is Ron Zimmerman.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Manager, and Council. My name is Ron Zimmerman. I reside at 1020 Cross Bend, Irving, Texas, 75061. I own the property at 115 South Main Street. My dad, Al, moved his store to this location in 1970, and ever since then, I have been working tirelessly to support the area. In fact, I met my late wife, Marilla, when a group of when a group got together to fund a beautification project, which included building the wall between, at that time, Big State Drug and Snow's Florist. You know, and then the commemorative plaques were put in place. I'm sure you all have all seen that. I operated a store there for 45 years, making many friends and serving the local community. Now, I lease it to a person who is equally committed to building up the Heritage District. We believe that the city is right in focusing on building a place for communities to gather. The city of Irving is proud of its heritage. We want the people of Irving and the people throughout the Metroplex to discover another destination, place to travel to and enjoy. The money and efforts spent to redo the parks and to redesign Irving Boulevard is creating new energy. I do not believe a liquor store is in the right fit, for the heritage image. Additionally, we have enough liquor stores to support local demand. I am opposed to granting the variance requested and further request that we stay focused on building a vibrant and economically rewarding area for local businesses that will support continued growth and revitalization. My dad and I and all of South Irving appreciate the riches of the area. Let's keep it special. Thank you.
That was our last speaker. Kyle, you wanted to?
Yeah, if I can get the applicant to come back down again and bring your TBC certification, please. No, just put it on the screen, if you don't mind, please. I have a question. No, your other one, the one you got from the city, the one you had, that one right there. So you've told us that you're looking to only sell beer and wine, but your certification allows you to legal sell of all alcoholic beverages for off-premise consumption. Is that correct?
Yes, it's just.
So it's not going to be a beer and wine store, it's going to be a liquor store.
No, it's going to be just beer and wine, no liquor.
Okay.
Yeah.
We as council have, and I've been here for 9 years, we've had a lot of talk about council's ability to be able to have some influence and control of kind of what goes into the heritage. We've had a number of studies, a number of things done, and we've worked really hard, or have not worked as hard as our residents would like. This is one of those instances where I think we have a chance to really decide if this is something that is right for that area with this variance. I applaud you for the restaurant. I really do. As somebody who's born and raised in this town, has been a big state, and what you're doing over there is amazing. This is just one of those things that you're looking to put in as a retail establishment that I just cannot support in that part of town. So I'm going to be voting no on this because I don't think that's the right place in the heritage. And I think someone who has come in and has bought a number of those buildings, who's been here in the south part of town and realizes, and you should have a good understanding of what this community has wanted the Heritage District to look like. And I appreciate you stepping up when we have struggled over years to get people to invest down there. And I hate to tell you no on my side because I work down there. I spend a lot of time down there. But this is just something this is just something I do not feel fits right for the type of retail that is needed down in the Heritage District. Your restaurant, yes, and I wish you nothing but success in that restaurant. But this retail establishment does not fit for what we have talked about wanting down there in that area for a long time. So with that, I will be voting no on this. But I will be in your restaurant, I can promise you that. So thank you. So hope you understand.
Thank you.
John. Dennis. I don't have my. Dennis next?
Yeah, he is.
Dennis, you're next.
Yeah, a couple of questions, and I echo what Kyle has just said. Really appreciate your investment in our city, but when I looked at this case, I couldn't wrap my mind around why there's a need for a convenience store, and especially one that sells alcohol in that particular location. My question to you is, who is your clientele that you are looking at to help make this convenience store successful?
Yes. So in the last year, after the project completion, there are 3 retail shop open in the main street, and all 3 are vape stores. So I understand we want more restaurants coming in that complex, but every real estate is not suitable for a restaurant, especially this 114, because the way the place is, it's very narrow. It don't have a grease trap. It need a lot of more investment to have that shop to be a restaurant. The other thing is, yes, when we say a convenience store, everybody think like we already have too many. But that is not true. When you go from here all the way, if you're coming from the only convenience store on Irving Boulevard is on where the QT is, the QT and 7-Eleven on the other side of a nursery. And when you're driving all the way down to city, there is no convenience store. Right now, there are so much walking traffic that comes from transits. The people at the holidays, when they're coming in, everybody don't go to the restaurants. They need to grab some quick drinks, some soda, some snacks, just like a 7-Eleven store. So much walking traffic coming from the transits, people coming from the bus. So it's gonna serve those people. We're gonna also have like a fountains, soft serve ice creams. So also when we have events in the park, Heritage Park, when we have such a big gatherings, we have 4th of July parades, when there's so much traffic coming in. So it's kind of like there is no convenience store right now on the main street. There is nothing. If you're walking around that area, there is no convenience store.
So what I hear you saying is your traffic is mostly going to be people transitioning and walking around.
Yes, not only that, also the clientele is for all the businesses over there, all the banks, new fire station, those people, they need to grab quick drinks, snacks. Those are also the customers, people coming to the fire station, all the people coming to the main street just to hang out, I think, and there is no convenience store around that area.
So then that leads me to my next question. Why do you feel you need to sell alcohol to that group of people? Because my concern is... Let me finish my statement. Mm-hmm. My concern is you're talking about off-premise consumption, so you're talking about people that are walking around, come in, buy alcohol. At that point, they're walking. They're getting off the transit, like you said. What are they going to do with that alcohol that they have? Are they going to drink it right then and there, or are they going to wait until they walk to somewhere to get it home? Well, that's the problem I'm having with this, is that you're going to be providing alcohol to some clientele in an area that, quite frankly, is not going to be good for that area. Could you not just open a convenience store without the sale of alcohol?
So the industry is very competitive. I run convenience stores. So even the alcohol sales are not that much on the convenience stores, but to even to break even, you need to have that because all the convenience store mostly in Irving now have a beer and wine. Once you open a convenience store and you don't have a beer and wine, so it has there's a lot of studies on the convenience industry. When you don't have something, when other people have, so people you miss those sales. And with this competitive industry, it's a more risk to open a store without beer and wine.
Okay, so I've always been supportive of businesses, even those who sell alcohol, but in this particular location, there's no way at all that I could support it in this particular location. If it was somewhere else, people could drive up to it. If it wasn't tucked away right here on this Main Street area, I could support it, but I can't support this one where it's located.
John.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to pick up a little bit from where Councilman Webb just left off. I think you're actually right on the money here with you found a dead spot. You've got no competition. It's too inconvenient to go to a different convenience store if you're near yours. So, at least for now, and obviously this could change, there's no competitive disadvantage to not having the alcohol, since You're the only game in town. No one's going to walk to Irving Heights to get to the next convenience store. Now, that's not my real comment that I wanted to make. Generally, I actually do think a market-style convenience store kind of concept in that location is a great idea. One of the things that we've been working on a lot as council with downtown, in order to attract businesses to downtown, to make the business plans make sense downtown, we got to increase density. And if we're going to increase density, we got to increase the businesses to justify the density. It's kind of a chicken and egg problem, and how you wrap your hands around that is a big challenge. So, I think this is great, because if we were to, build some high-density housing right by the train tracks, we've got it zoned for multifamily right there, having a market-type store right across the street would be the best thing possible. So I actually think this is a tremendously good idea. That being said, zoning is forever. And the thing that I have to remind myself all the time, and that I keep bringing up when these difficult cases come up, is what's going to happen when you're so radically successful that you've outgrown your space and you got to move somewhere else? We're going to get a liquor store.
I couldn't get the last part. Can you?
We're going to get a liquor store next, because it's already zoned for it. It's already got all the zoning necessary for someone to just come in and turn it into a liquor store. So I like your project without the alcohol and without the alcohol variance, because if we give you the alcohol variance, it doesn't go to your project, it goes to the property. And we can't tell what's going to happen in 20 years. Maybe there's a bigger space across the street that gets developed, and you want to move in there because you're so successful. Now we have a property with the variance attached to it. Someone can just walk in and put a liquor store right there. And we don't need that there.
I know in the document they select for a liquor store, but
I understand. That's not the point I'm making. It's not about the project. It's about the property. Do you understand where I'm getting at?
Yes.
So I can't tell you how to use your property. I hope that you will pursue this market convenience store project, whether or not this case passes. If it does, obviously you will. But even if it doesn't, I would encourage you to pursue it, because I think it's a great fit for the area. It's the only one for a mile, at least.
More than a
in
mile.
either direction. Multiple miles.
Multiple miles, yeah. There is no convenience store around that area. There
So I
used to
think-
be one back in the day, but that closed, yeah.
And I think you're spot on. That area has so much pedestrian traffic that you would get people in there all day long. You'd do great. So I would encourage you, even if this case fails, please don't give up on the plan.
Yes.
But for me
the
personally,
the number needs to work to be a successful business,
I understand.
And
for me-
right now, the convenience store do like 18 to 20% on alcohol sales,
Yeah.
And when you lose that kind of sales from a business, it's not a feasible business. It's going to be another failing business. And if you put yourself in my shoes, when I was told like a year ago, and I was told until like May the 30th that I'm good to open that store, I made all those investments. Now I lose all that money, basically. So it's a big loss to me. When I bought this property, I was trying to help South Irving, because I lived in South Irving. I have a personal connection with the area. So when the city came for me for that big state sign that I'd give it to a city museum, that sign was going for $20,000, but I just give it to city because I want that heritage to stay in the city for $4,000. I take a hit of $15,000 on that. And the way the city treated me that day, staying on that office for 4 hours, calling 911, going back and forth to just get my documents, they have no right to keep these. You know, the way they treated me. You know, you forget the words, what people say to you, but you never forget the feeling. That day, how they treated me, how they make me feel, that was ridiculous. I know decision is on your hand, but that's my point. Like, I spent a lot of money on this. And it's not my fault. It's not like it's like out of blue, I just came in and says like, give me the permissions. It's like, I'm going to the city for a year. You know, the restaurant that I opened, that also come under 300 square feet. You know, if we want to build the main street, we want to bring all those businesses, I think this is the right thing to do, because I did everything what was right, and I haven't been treated right.
Al.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will not be supporting this item, and I'll tell you why. We've spent a lot of time and money and a lot of work to develop Irving Boulevard and to make it a major thoroughfare that we can really feel that we have the kind of not only businesses, but be able to then develop it in the way that we have now made some decisions. And unfortunately, what you're proposing to do there with your location doesn't fit. It may fit somewhere else, and just because there's no other either convenience store or liquor store, because that's what this really is also, it just doesn't make sense for what we have invested in that whole corridor. So I will be opposing it tonight.
Brad. I had a question for staff or Jocelyn. So would he have a matter of right to do this without there being the distance requirement from the church, which is kind of one of those churches in the strip? Would he have been able to do this without this church being there?
Yes. So that's probably what he was being told a year ago is, can I do retail sales here? And the answer would be yes, in the Heritage District, in the CMU
Including beer and wine?
Including beer and wine, yeah. It's the distance to the church that has triggered this question.
And can you get a picture of that? Can we put that back up there? I think we had a picture of it.
Yeah, he's getting it. Put the PowerPoint up. The PowerPoint, yeah. There should be a slide that shows the frontages, Fernando.
Next one.
There you go.
So it's, the church is the one on the left in green?
Correct.
Or am I getting it reversed?
Correct. In the green. Mhm.
In the yellow would be your store?
The one on the right, more to the right. 104, not the cake shop, the next shop.
The
cake
next
shop,
one over.
Yeah, next one over.
I mean, I have an issue with him spending all the money, bringing this to conclusion, bringing something he would have as a matter of right to do when you have a religious facility that's, you know, I've made my point clear, when you have a religious facility in a strip mall, it's not like it's a massive church over here that he's around. So, you know, I do think we want to encourage development. I don't know of any other convenience store around there that doesn't sell beer and wine. And so, you know, I don't see why he should be held up when the city kind of made promises to him. And it's maybe not exactly perfect for what we want, but it's also, he really would have a matter of right to do this but for this church. And so I'll be supporting it.
Okay, any more questions of the applicant? Seeing none, I'll return it back to the council. Any more discussion? I'd entertain a motion.
Motion for approval. motion for denial. He seconded it, so it doesn't matter.
Okay,
So it's a motion for approval. Brad seconded it. We can just vote whether you agree with it being there or not.
Make sure, is
Yeah.
it, it's a motion for approval
Motion for
of the
approval.
variance?
Of the variance. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so you can vote accordingly.
No, okay.
Okay, so we have a motion for approval. Would you please vote? And it fails 8-1. That takes us to our next zoning case, which is ZC 230027, considering a zoning change from PUD 2, Planned Unit Development, Unit Number 2, Neighborhood Commercial Development Plan, DP Number 12 to PUD 2 to SP1 RB, Planned Unit Development Number 2 for detailed site plan, restaurant with the attendant accessory uses for the sale of alcoholic beverages for on-premise consumption, 5330 North MacArthur Boulevard, Suite 108. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Roberto Villa. I'm the owner of Amelia Restaurant, located at 5330 North MacArthur Boulevard, Suite 108. I have a request for me. The reason I'm here is because my business is, my sales are slow. I have problems. I didn't want to sell liquor at the beginning. I'm trying to sell liquor now because I have problems with sales. They're low. So, I mean, I have customers that go to my place and they just find out that they find out that I have no liquor. Some of them walk away. So I really need the permit. My restaurant, it's a small restaurant, but I have a full service kitchen. I have a full dining room, which is small, but still is a full service with a full menu. My plan says my estimate sales percentage is like 85% food, 15 liquor. My staff is already trained to sell the liquor, and I cannot recall anything else that I can say.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions? Brad?
You have really great food at your restaurant, and I will move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Would you please vote? And it passes 9-1. Thank you, sir.
All right, thanks.
The next item is number 27, which is 202466ZC, considering a zoning change from State Highway 183 overlay to SP2 CC Generalized Site Plan Community Commercial and hotel uses on State Highway 183 overlay to SP2 CC Generalized Site Plan Community Commercial for and warehouse uses 2350 Valley View Lane. Good evening, Sharon.
Mayor and Council, Manager and Staff, Sharon Barbosa Crane, 2608 Allendale, Irving, representing the owner and applicant in zoning case 2466, located at 2350 Valley View Lane. This is an approximately 1 acre site located on the west side of 161 and just north of 183, about 490 feet. The existing zoning on this property is SP2 for CC and hotel uses. The requested zoning is SP1 for CC and warehouse uses. The reason for the requested warehouse use is to build not a distribution warehouse, but the proposed use is a business office with storage. There is one variance in this case that is for 4 parking spaces. The reason for that variance is it is in both, the property is in both the 183 and the 161 overlay, and there's a contradiction in the calculation of the parking for this use in the 2 overlays, and we've taken the most stringent requirement, and using the most stringent requirement causes us to be 4 parking spaces short, but it is not a deficiency that would cause a problem for this use. The surrounding area sees to the north SB2 for CC and warehouse uses. Again, though it says warehouse, and that is because there's not another category for the use we're requesting than warehouse. This is not for distribution warehouses on the north side of this. It's for the same use that we're requesting, which is a business office with storage areas. On the east is 161. On the south is SP2 for CC and hotel. On the west is SP2 for CC and cellular antenna. This property is part of a larger area that has SP2 for CC and hotel uses, and this is the northern area. And what we wish to do is to remove the hotel use and add the warehouse use for this business. This use would be a business with a storage area that's essentially for the business, hence the need to add the warehouse, as I've said. Although this is not a distribution warehouse, it is the category that it falls under. The site plan that you have provides for a building with 2,800 square feet of office space and 7,200 square feet of storage space. This is an SB1, so what you see on your site plan is what you will get with the development. The owner understands what you brought up at your work session today, and that is the limitations on the rest of the site that this will be subdivided from, that the limitations on that site may prohibit the building of a hotel on that site, even though it's zoned for hotel. But you do notice that it's zoned CC and hotel uses, so there is an opportunity to develop it even if he cannot develop a hotel. And like I said, that is understood. And to the mayor's point, he is already considering whether or not a hotel is a practical use for the remainder of that site. And so this is about the 1 acre for the office and storage, not about, what he ultimately does with the rest of the property. Access is shared access on the south, and you all brought that up as well. It has been understood since the initial zoning of this property that whatever was developed in the 2 areas, the 2 tracks, if you will, of this property would require a shared access. It's a very common thing to have shared access. This would be on TxDOT. This is not taken care of in a zoning case, but in the platting. And Mr. Dewey, who is our engineer, who cannot be with us this evening because he's ill, is very experienced in doing these facilities with TxDOT, has done many, many of them, too many to count, a number of them here in Irving. And so this is something that we're aware of and will be taken care of in the proper manner. So these smaller type businesses wherein you don't have a great distribution warehouse that is pretty much a destination for storage for many businesses, but have the smaller business-focused warehouse storage for your own business, like an electrical contractor, a plumbing contractor, medical services, and so forth, are becoming more and more popular. You've seen several of them. I even brought you one on the west side of the city here a while back, which you approved. And the reason they're becoming more popular is because they're more practical for use. They're less costly, they're more convenient. They have a less intensive presence in the area. They have a smaller footprint. They have less traffic and a different type of traffic than the larger warehouses. And it just saves money for the business owner while giving him the opportunity to have his storage close at hand. And so, as was mentioned to you by your staff today, that the areas to the north have already been developed into several businesses such as this being the same as those, and this request not creating any difference in impact. And then we believe that staff is correct in their recommendation for approval, and P&Z was correct in their recommendation for approval, and we respectfully request that you all approve this zoning case, and I'm here to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Are there any questions of the applicant? Did we have anyone signed up on that item?
No, sir, no one signed up on this item.
Okay. John?
I just wanted to make a comment saying I appreciate the thorough treatment of this, and I think it's the right location for the right project, and reiterating what the mayor said, I would be against any future reduction in hotel variances, or increase in variances. But it sounds like that's not going to be something we need to worry about. So with that being said, I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Okay, a motion, second. Would you please vote? Al's gone, so.
He just wouldn't have a vote on this item, it would just be 8-0.
Yeah, so we have one missing, so it's 7-1. Okay, that takes us to item number 28, which is 2024-141 CP, considering a comprehensive plan amendment changing the future land use category from Main Street downtown to manufacturing warehouses at 530 North O'Connor Road. Is the applicant with us this evening on this one? Good evening.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Marlon. I'm here representing it's a church, Hispanic church, Iglesia Apóstoles y Profetas, 530 North O'Connor Road.
Marlon, can you please provide your full name and your address, please?
Yes. The proper address or where I live?
Whichever you prefer, I just need your full
Okay.
name.
Yes, my name is Marlon Guevara, address 530 North O'Connor Road, Irving, Texas. All right, so basically I think it's two parts. I think probably next item it's also ours. So right now we have a piece of land that it's not being used by the church. Currently, we don't have no use for it. We also been having issues with a lot of people going and just like dumping a lot of trash, couches. One time there was even like a boat, that old boat that was in there, and we got a ticket for it, and a lot of issues with that piece of land that we're not been using. So we do spend quite some money, keeping up with that piece of land that we're not been using. So right now our goals as a church is to be able to split that land. So we'll keep where the parking is and where the building is, we'll be keeping that, and we want to sell that piece of land. So that's our end goal. So that will help us as a church to continue doing what we do, helping those in need, helping our community, keep blessing other people. At the same time, we have as a business that it's looking to buy us that land. So at the same time, they're in need of that land. So we'll be helping a small business here in our community. That business will be helping other people, as they grow, helping employ other people. So, but in conclusion, basically what we're trying to do is be able to split that piece of land where the grass is and be able to sell that. Hopefully that was clear.
Okay. Are there any questions of the applicant? Do we have anyone signed up to speak?
Not on this item, but we do on the companion item number 29.
Okay. Okay, are there any questions from the council? Discussion? Ideas? Motions?
Mayor.
Okay, John, you beat Mark.
Just a comment, not really a question. I really would like to see this parcel developed. I really would like to see it, return to a used and useful, property within the city. I don't think manufacturing warehouse is the right use. I think the heavier industrial uses that are in existence on Main Street, letting them creep further west, especially into an existing retail center, it's not the direction that I would like to see that area taking. The comprehensive plan exists for us to be able to guide the city into the future. So for that reason, I can't support this change in the comprehensive plan.
Mark?
Yeah, I agree with what Commissioner Block said, and on that point, I'll make a motion to deny.
We have a motion and a second for denial. Is there any discussion? Would you please vote? And it is denied 9-0. So we really don't need to do the item number 29?
That's correct, Mayor. That is moot at this point.
So we'll go to item number 30, which is 2024-112 SFP, considering a special fence project plan to allow variances to not provide a solid wall or screening fence for mechanical equipment for a data center at 505 North Wildwood Drive. Is the applicant with us the evening on this one? Good evening. We had a good discussion on this today. Are there any questions of the applicant?
I just move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Would you please vote? And it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Council.
Item number 31 is considering alcohol distance variance to the 300-foot distance separation required between a residential zone property and a place of business selling alcohol beverages on premise for on-premise consumption, 1421 and 1423 West Shady Grove Road. Is the applicant with us this evening? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Hart, and I'm the owner of Bodacious Daiquiris and Cones. Our establishment will be located at 1421 West Shady Grove in South Irving. I'm here today to discuss our application for a zoning change and an alcohol variance for Bodacious Daiquiris and Cones LLC. I would like to take you on a journey over the last 13 years and highlight for you how Bodacious Daiquiris and Cones came to be created. For the past 13 years, I've been operating a business in South Irving named Bodacious Cones, a seasonal snow cone shop. Bodacious Cones has been well received by the residents of South Irving. We operate in a 96-square-foot building, serving only snow cones and packaged food as established by city codes and ordinances. Bodacious Cones has brought joy and smiles to the residents of South Irving. Over the years, we've built a loyal following. Many of our customers have expressed their desire for Bodacious Cones to operate year-round and to offer more than just our cool, sweet treats. We've been building our business and customer base while searching for a year-round location within South Irving. Remaining within South Irving is important to us. This is where Bodacious began. We are a small, independent business that was born in South Irving. My business partner is a product of Irving and a graduate of Nemitz High School. And now we have found a location suitable for our new venture, Bodacious Daiquiris and Cones. To thrive as Bodacious Daiquiris and Cones, it is necessary to obtain a zoning change and variance. Expanding our offerings to include alcohol will significantly enhance our ability to serve and positively contribute to the local community. Building on our experience in serving artisan desserts in South Irving as Bodacious Cones, Bodacious Daiquiris and Cones will expand its menu to include a variety of Southwest rustic cuisine to pair wonderfully with our refreshing flavors and frozen daiquiris and smoothies. Planning and developing for Bodacious Daiquiris and Cones has taken time. Acquiring funding for construction and startup costs has been completed through a small business administration loan. Through pre-development meetings with the city, we have been able to carefully plan the renovations and placement of our restaurant-grade equipment to ensure efficiency, safety, and functionality. Our goal is to offer a wide range of food and desserts created by our culinary team to cater to this wide range of tastes and dietary preferences for those in South Irving. We will also introduce promotions and specials to encourage customers to dine with us and to try our food offerings, including fixed price menus and meal combos featuring our food and beverage options. Our staff will receive comprehensive training emphasizing the promotion of food sales and responsible alcohol consumption. We will educate them on suggestive selling techniques to encourage customers to pair their drinks with food items from our menu. Additionally, we will actively seek feedback from our customers to understand their preferences and refine our menu accordingly. We are committed to creating a safe and enjoyable environment for our patrons while adhering to all alcohol-related laws and regulations. We are dedicated to working closely with the city and relevant authorities to ensure compliance with all zoning and licensing requirements. The City of Irving's Planning and Zoning Committee voted unanimously to support our application for the zoning change and alcohol variance. We are confident that our application aligns with the city goals for responsible economic development and will have a positive impact on the South Irving community. Thank you for your consideration. I would be happy to answer any questions about our establishment.
Does anyone have any questions? Mark, and then Kyle.
Yes, ma'am. I have a question for you. Obviously, the percentage of your food sales versus alcohol sales is important for TABC and also for us. Do you have experience with selling food? What makes you confident that you'll be able to meet that percentage?
So as Bodacious Cones, we actually had a food truck that we would go to fairs and venues. So we know that the products that we've created for that environment will actually transfer nicely over to the Bodacious daiquiris.
Okay, and what were your percentages there?
That was just food.
Okay.
Yeah. So looking just at our Bodacious Cones in Irving, this is a seasonal shop that's only actually open 4 months, 5 months out of the year. Last year, the number of transactions that we had, and I emphasize that it's transactions, it's not individual items, was 5,800. I worked in a 96 square foot building. The average price point was $9.36. I believe that we are going to be able to make actually a 60-40, 60 being the food and 40 being the alcohol, with everything that we've had. We have a very large following within South Irving for Bodacious Cones and all of our treats.
Kyle?
Yeah, what's the square footage of your space?
We actually have acquired a space that's 1,200 square feet.
Okay, that's all I want to know. Thanks.
Other questions? Did we have anyone signed up?
No one signed up for this item.
Okay. If there's no other questions of the Al?
Thank you, Mayor. Am I, in looking at the overhead, it looks like you're adjacent to, it looks like around 40, either apartments or whatever the living quarters are, is that correct?
That is correct. Hence the request for the variance, because it's going to be on-site consumption as a restaurant.
Okay, and then I guess the other part of, I love your public relations branding, looks great. Question is, beyond what we're seeing and what you're talking about, you're wanting to go with a full restaurant. I'm trying to understand what you're going to serve beyond that and alcohol.
Beyond, can you go back to the slide? So the restaurant will actually serve coffee and tea, smoothies, all of our snow cones. We consider ourselves an artisan snow cone. Ours have chocolate-covered espresso beans, real fruit, ice cream inside, and then additionally we're going to be adding items that we've actually been very successful with our food truck with Bodacious Cones, nachos, elote, sausages, and hot dogs.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions? Lights? Comments? Dennis?
I have no comments, but I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval. Would you please vote? And it passes 5-4. The next item on the agenda is companion with this one, 2024-116ZC, considering a zoning change from CN to neighborhood commercial to SP1 retail RAB detailed site plan restaurant with the attendant accessory uses for the sale of alcoholic beverages for on-premise consumption, 1421 and 1423 West Shady Grove Road. We just recently saw the above presentation. Is there any other questions? Dennis?
No question, but I'd like to make the same motion for approval on this item too.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, would you please vote? And it fails 5-4. Four, 5 against.
Can I ask what that means? So the work that we've done with the city in regards to all of the planning, putting in the grease interceptor and all of those items that are required for a restaurant, and now it's not approved?
I would assume that's. Go ahead and Philip.
The sale of alcohol is not approved.
But that's, right next door is actually a convenience store that sells wine and beer. So I'm not understanding. Because my conversations with planning and zoning as well as with permits is we were actually already permitted to do to-go. What I wanted was actually to have people enjoy our snow cones as well as our daiquiris in-house, and that was the only change. This site is already actually approved for to-go, but I want people of South Irving to enjoy a spot that where they can sit with their families and have enjoyment of games and watching television and sports events in a very family-friendly environment.
The restaurant can still operate and get a certificate of occupancy and operate as a restaurant. We would not be able to approve the certification to TABC for the sale of alcohol based on the vote. Is that right?
I got it.
And yet, 10 feet down, they're selling alcohol to go?
Dennis?
Yeah, so is that correct as far as 10 feet away, there is a business that's selling alcohol for off-premise consumption?
So the trigger for this alcohol distance variance was the distance to residential.
Exactly.
That applies only to the on-premises consumption. So the retail store that's selling the beer and wine through the convenience store is not triggered by that residential protection.
So she could actually sell alcoholic daiquiris as long as they take them and go?
Take them to go, yes. Because that's retail, as long as it's sealed per TABC, that's retail. It's the on-premises consumption that triggers.
So the only
this.
difference here is whether you sit down in the seat or you go out the door?
Correct.
Wow.
Okay. That's where we are, guys. That's where we are.
And nothing can be changed. I have no other course of action. Because I don't want to do a daiquiri shop to go. I knew going in that I could do that. And what I want was actually people to sit down and enjoy the nachos, the elote, the snow cones that I have, all of the artisan products that I create to have in-house in a restaurant there, and to renovate that building of $45,000.
I'm sorry, that's the vote that
I got a question. I personally would like to hear some council members who voted against this explain why. I think she deserves an explanation, other than the fact that you got the power to push no.
Okay, point of order, Mayor.
Yes,
That's really not a
discuss.
proper comment to be questioning us. We talked about this at work session and talked about our
I
reasoning.
apologize. I did not know that I could go to work session. I was actually present for the work session for the zoning and planning, but the only information that I received was that I needed to come here at 7 o'clock with a PowerPoint presentation if I wanted to actually do that. I didn't realize that I would have actually been able to go to that work session.
Well, we voted. I've spoken my piece of what I'm going to say, and I talked about my reasoning earlier. I think John talked about his reasoning, and so we've said it. It's a very small area for on-premises consumption with a lack of parking spaces, and so we don't, now, hold on. We don't typically allow someone to keep speaking after we've voted.
I understand.
You have to respect the vote, and, I've said my piece.
Okay, we need to move on to the next zoning case. The next zoning case is 2024-163ZC, considering a zoning change from CC, Community Commercial with stipulations, to SP2, Generalized Site Plan, Community Commercial with variances to allow automatic ice and water vending facilities as a primary use on the CC zoning district at 3551 North Beltline Road. Did we have anyone sign up on this other than the applicant? I think we had a good presentation. Is there?
Yeah, I was going to move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Would you please vote? We have one not voted, and it's not me. I've been caught before. And it passes unanimously.
Thank you all.
The next item is 2024-194ZC, considering a zoning change from R6 Single Family Residential 6 to SP2 R6 Generalized Site Plan Single Family Residential 6 for a variance to the minimum rear yard setback at 915 Street. Good evening. Thank you for being here.
Hi. Gavin Grubbs, 915 Hadrian Street, Irving, Texas, 75062. Good evening, Mayor, Council. We've seen a little bit of each other as our journey started last year with our original hope and request to build an ADU, which did not come to fruition. So we needed to shift to the next best option, which was building onto our current house. So although the goalposts have been moved, the goal remains the same, and that is to move our mother in with us so that we can take care of her now and forever. So the challenge that comes with this option in building onto our house is there is a 20-foot minimum rear property setback. And this request today is requesting a variance to that setback of 7 feet, still leaving 13 feet to the rear property line. But that additional 7 feet will allow us to build essentially what we wanted to originally build dimension-wise, square footage-wise, and being able to comfortably accommodate a bedroom, a bathroom, and then a small shared living space / kitchenette. So I appreciate your consideration and support for this. Thanks.
I don't believe we have any. Do we have anybody else signed up to speak?
No other speakers for this item.
Okay, thank you for being here. Abdul, you have the first, and then Brad.
I would like to put the motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Brad?
I'll second it, but I was going to ask, I'm comfortable with the variance because I know you've been through a lot here, and are you going to still be able to save that tree?
Yes, we will be able to still, it's going to be in the same spot. It's the same section of our backyard, dimensionally about the same. It's just, we need to get a little bit of that space back. It was going to be different if it were to be an ADU. I think it was 5 feet from the property lines, and now it's 20 feet. So while it will be connected to the house, to be able to still kind of have that same square footage, we did a little extra into that variance. So that's what.
Well, I know the note says no hardship, but I think that, to me, that is a hardship to have to cut down a beautiful tree, so I'm supportive. And thank you for all your work with us and investment.
I appreciate you guys too.
We have a motion and a second. I also want to take the opportunity to thank you for your persistence and your patience in coming forward to you and your family. Thank you so much for working with our staff to make sure that we can do something for you. So we really do appreciate it. And we have a motion and a second. With that, we'll go ahead and vote. And it passed unanimously. Go enjoy your life. The next item is 2024222 CP, considering a comprehensive plan amendment change to the future land use category from business office to manufacturing warehouse at 5915 High Point Drive and 1420 Greenway Drive. We have the applicant's representative with us, Mr. Gears.
Too old to come down the stairs too fast. Herbert Gears, 4526 Wildbriar. I just moved last week over into District 3, Councilman Kabir. I love coming here because I have a lot of friends who work here, spend a lot of time here. And the greatest thing is that my pictures on the wall over there are more than I have in my house. So I really feel comfortable. We share a common bond in striving to make good decisions and trying to think about the future. And of course, we all share an unconditional love of all others, and that's what makes us great leaders, why we get these opportunities to serve. Got a great project here. We've got some conditions, that have changed, our future in many ways with regard to development, and yet we still have the capabilities to maintain the advantages we've always had. We've got a great project here. I'm going to try to get through this as quickly as possible because I know we got a big night, but what we're looking at here is a picture of what we want to build. You heard Sharon describe the phenomenon of the flex office business storage market that has arisen largely due to some changes that we went through with the COVID situation. But what we're doing here is that product. It's not a distribution warehouse like you would think of, being inundated with large trucks. This is where we are. Interesting to see how large that airport is in physical space. And you can see with our proximity to it, a reason why we're surrounded by similar uses that we're proposing. As you know, the COVID pandemic started in 2020, and it really ignited a transformation in the way businesses rely on technology to sustain their operability. They were forced into a new normal for a period of time, and there were a lot of lessons learned. The whole experience, revealed business efficiencies. You all know this, that are available when the office workforce works from home. And those lessons are not going unlearned, and we're seeing the effects of that in the office market. We got a new, more efficient business model, that's emerged. It requires significantly less physical office space. This is what has created some tremendous challenges and yet opportunities as well. And we think that, where we're looking at a lemon situation here, we're turning it into lemonade. Vacancy rates have continued to rise since 2020, just set new records in the first quarter of 2024 with almost 20% nationwide, almost 30% in Las Colinas. You can do a little research and find at Moody's Analytics, who studies all these dynamics for many reasons. The way they look at our futures is one of those. But they say there's more office space currently sitting empty than at any point since 1979. That's 45 years. Uncertainty remains over exactly when office vacancy rates will truly peak. So their assessment is they haven't even peaked. And of course, we're seeing this. The average vacancy rate, by the way, of the non-owner occupied office buildings in the immediate vicinity of this property average 40%. So there's about 1 million square feet or so of office space in this area. It's actually called Area 16 because it's part of the Las Colinas Association, and it's 40% vacant. The current owner and the future owner of this property they're requesting a zoning change that'll allow an obsolete office building to be replaced by 2 multi-tenant flex office business storage buildings. They're exactly as Sharon described to you. They're just larger and they're multi-tenants, so they have 2 or 3 tenants instead of just the one tenant that you saw earlier. This is a first rendition of the you could call it site plan, concept plan. Because we're asking for straight zoning, we're not really required to have the detailed site plan. That comes later in the process, but this is where we are and where we think we're going to land. So we're looking at 2 buildings, and you can see we've really gone far to enhance the landscaping, including adding over 200 additional trees to several nice trees that are there already. Sharon mentioned this as well. I believe the city ordinance consider our proposed buildings to be light industrial / warehouse use. It's ML 28. However, we are not, and I'll stress it as much as we need to, designing our buildings to accommodate a warehouse distribution center. That's not the business that we're creating here. The philosophy for Alliance Industrial is develop aesthetically pleasing buildings, sort of blend into the area. It's a shallow bay product, is what it's called. It's meant to attract tenants that focus on servicing the local community. So historically, these businesses, they can use box trucks, but not semi-trucks. Potential tenants include businesses, and Sharon mentioned some of these too, but there's a terminology for last mile goods distribution, furniture companies, appliance companies, food delivery, and parcel delivery. Alliance does have some product history in Irving. They built the Freeport Commerce Center, Phase 1, over on Freeport Parkway, and it's kind of an example of the size of building. This was a little bit larger, but it's considered a smaller building, like ours, attracts smaller tenants with no truck traffic. We got 2 tenants over filling up that building. Terminix, you probably know them as a pest control company. They do have a fleet of service trucks that are small, and then Bar S Foods. They're a food distributor, and so they have freezer box trucks. Okay, this property's in Area 16 in the Las Colinas, okay? So it's governed by a set of very finite deed restrictions. So the allowable uses on this property, they were planned when Las Colinas was laid down, 1978 or so. So every area was given a set of deed restrictions that guided the development opportunity that they felt like was most suitable, to sustain a long future for a very successful Las Colinas project. In this declaration, there's only about 8 uses that are allowed. It's somewhat strict, and the first 2 that are allowed are office and warehouses. And the reason for that is probably the proximity of the property to the airport. But as well, what that illustrates is that these are compatible uses. They would not have deed-restricted land that included incompatible uses within the same area. So since this land was master planned, and at that time the largest master planned community in the country, this was the design that Ben Carpenter envisioned for this piece of property. This mixed use that could include up to 8 uses, primarily office and warehouse. So, and that's what we're doing here. Not only are we doing that, we're actually doing it within the same structure. So we feel like, that it's a compelling testament to the fact that this project makes sense for this area. There's about 11 properties on the west. There's one or 2 on the south that have this zoning for light industrial warehouse uses. We've got about 30 on the east and some on the north that are zoned for commercial office uses. So this is an illustration of that. Everything in the yellow shade, and even that little green empty spot there, that's the use that we're asking for exists now. And then you'll see our building in the red, and then there's one down with the use we're requesting to the south. And then you've got all the blue, which is currently commercial office. So you see you got a pretty good balance there. You've got a lot more office than you've got industrial, light industrial uses, warehouse uses, those types of uses. So we think we fit in fine. We definitely think that our use is compatible, certainly with regards to how this was originally planned, for Las Colinas. I've heard about some talk about, a line here or there and all that. If we had to have a line, I would say it'd be on High Point. If you wanted to take that type of approach, I don't know that's the best. I think we're going to have to consider these on a case-by-case basis. But this office building is going away. The problem with these buildings are they're old, they're 40 and 50 years old, and they require so much expense to do tenant build-out. So they can't take a tenant because they can't get the build-out finance because there's so much oversupply, so much less demand. The rates aren't stable enough to get finance to get it done. So that building is doomed. It's going to be demolished. That's what we're told, because it's just a cost to pay taxes and try to. You have to make it look good where the Las Colinas Association is concerned on the outside, the inside deteriorating badly. Repurposing this property, as we're asking for, will increase the property tax revenues generated for the city by 57% and add estimated 300 new jobs. We think that's a good benefit, for the city. We think it makes sense to repurpose this property. We have a very uncertain future, and we have a tremendous supply of office space in Las Colinas. This particular area, from the time it was first planned, was set up for these compatible uses. And I believe that we're fortunate that we have such a great company that's come in here and wants to continue to invest in our community. So I hope you'll see all the reasons to be able to support this, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have anybody else signed up to speak?
No one else signed up for this item.
Okay. Questions of Mr. Geary? John?
I guess I had a question kind of about the deed restrictions you were talking about. So I understand that the deed restrictions talk about what Mr. Carpenter envisioned as some fitting uses for this section of the Las Colinas Association. Speaking frankly, I mean, my concern is particularly looking towards the future. I think you're quite right when you state that the future is very uncertain. And I think we don't know what's going to happen with office space. I think we need to be careful in our approach to what we do about vacant office space, about rezoning, rebuilding, and what I don't want is in several, however long it takes, because I think there is going to be a rebound. That's what I'm kind of seeing with a lot of companies want to get back to the office, and a lot of leadership at companies see that as the end goal. Not all, and I'm not saying it's going to be back to pre-COVID. I don't think that's happening. But what I want to avoid is cannibalizing our vacant office space to the point that if, and I think when, it rebounds, they go somewhere else. So that's kind of my concern. But the other concern that I have is this is an area that already has quite a bit of industrial use, and that's going to have heavier impact on some of the infrastructure in the area, particularly roads. So it seems to, you brought up the deed restrictions as like, look, this, well, actually, maybe I misunderstood that. Now I'm thinking through, never mind. I've answered my own question. I guess that was just commentary. Sorry.
Hal.
Thank you, Mayor. The development that's just due west, it looks like, I'm looking at the photo, it looks like nothing's been built yet. Can you talk to us what that is?
That's an old photo. Actually, that building has been completed for about a year now. It's the industrial that's in the area, it's not industrial, it's light industrial, okay? And that's just the terminology that our ordinances allow, for those type of uses to be there. There's no heavy manufacturing or big concrete batch plants or any kind of heavy industrial use like that at all. So that's what makes it compatible, And in this case, you've got the office and the business storage in the same structure. It's really proven it's worked over the years in this area quite well. We haven't had any issues, There are no residents around that get bothered by business traffic or anything like that. The offices haven't complained, about what's happening around them. And you see you've got, offices that are surrounded by some of these light industrial uses, these two over here, and, you've got, it's come down here as far. So, the compatibility has really not been an issue. And it's a matter of course, we could all speculate about the future and all that. There's a high likelihood that this is property, if it's forced to stay limited to this office use only, that it's going to be just deteriorating and vacant, Okay, he's going to want to speak after I'm done. Okay, he's the buyer of the property, the developer for Alliance Industrial. Levi Hermes.
Let me ask the question.
Shoot.
Now that building is complete, I think that's what you said.
Yes.
Due west. So what is it?
What is it?
Yes.
What's the name of that company?
What's the use?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Say your name and address.
Yeah, Levi Hermes here, 7010 Claybrook Drive, Dallas, Texas, 75231. Development director with Alliance Industrial, the buyer of the property. It's the asset just adjacent to the west. Lincoln Property Company developed that, finished it about a year ago. It's a company called Pinpoint Merchandising. So they put the brands on the Yeti cups and do the stitchings on the polos and things of that nature. So they do that light fabrication in the warehouse and they ship it out to their customers as well. So very much a light industrial use.
Okay.
And then what I was whispering to Herb just a second ago was, Mr. Block, in response to your question or comment about the trend of returning back to office, 4 years post-pandemic. I'm a real estate guy, so I love that trend and that theme, right? And I agree with that to an extent. But the only way that businesses are attracting their employees back to the office is with Class A amenitized, amenity-rich environments, like what Mr. Agarwal's contemplating for the ExxonMobil campus, or just to the north in Coppell, what you see in Cypress Waters. You even look at the data from all the brokerage houses that publish the occupancy and vacancy data. There's a 10% spread just in Las Colinas between the 30% vacancy for Class B office, which is what we're talking about here, old, functionally obsolete, versus the Class A office that's only 20% vacant. So it's apples and oranges, and I agree with you that there is a trend to return to office, but not to 50-year-old, no amenity, in what should be a warehouse area, in my opinion. Thanks.
Al? Yeah, well, I was trying to really understand, taking down I think it's, if I'm not correct, 11, maybe 12-story building, Herb?
It's 10-story Class B, some consider it a Class C, but it's...
And then you all are contemplating replacing that with?
Class A, office, business storage.
But you called it flex office.
Flex office,
so
business
what does
storage.
that actually mean to me?
It means that you have space the space is flexible in the building. So a portion of the building will be office, and another portion will be business storage. So you'll have, as Sharon described, small businesses, or even like the one across the street. They've got their offices in there, And these businesses are figuring out that they can put all their operation in one place. So they're doing the work to create what they're creating and then shipping it out, with trucks. That's happening right across the street. And all in the area, actually.
Well, the interesting part, and I appreciate your comment, Cypress Waters, it's going to take a long time for us to do a Cypress Waters change in this area and the whole LCA. So we'll wait to see if that actually happens. Okay, thank you.
John?
I have a question for Jocelyn. Our packet talks about, and Mr. Gears alluded to, the line. Could you please speak to that and kind of the provenance, where it is, how we came to that?
So the whole area used to be what was called Business District Future Land Use. And that allowed both industrial and office. So as zoning cases came through over time, they were deemed to be consistent with the future land use. So last year we went through and divided it between the office and the warehouse. And so that's what made us start thinking about differentiating the two and not particularly saying that a zoning case would be consistent with the future land use, because it wouldn't be anymore. So that kind of brought more of the evaluation of what the zoning is today and kind of what the difference is, and kind of that created the line. So it was more of an organic line. It wasn't a intentionally defined line between what was industrial and what was office. Does that answer your question?
It does, but it produces more. So is this organic line, or this organically developed line, is this then, in what way are we supposed to treat this in terms of how we're interpreting whether we think this is or is not? Like, how should that enter into our deliberation about, is this consistent with a future vision of this area of the city? And we're talking just about the CP. We're not talking about the zoning, of course.
Right. So part of our future land use update for next year is going to look at this area, and we were going to look at the zoning to, kind of like what we did with Freeport last year, and kind of tear apart, what's warehouse now and what's office now, and lock that in. So in order for your deliberation, it would be more just what's appropriate, because warehouses and offices function differently with the trucking activity and the cars and the employees of the office. So it's a matter of them operating together. So that's kind of what y'all's consideration would be is, if you approve one, is that an appropriate place for the activity of, that use, if it's an industrial use or whatever it might be.
Okay. I have a question for Mr. Gears. In terms of traffic, and impact on the street, particularly with heavier traffic. Partially, I'm asking specifically about this project, but also generally in your experience, and I guess Jocelyn can jump in if she needs to on this one. ML20A, what kind of traffic does that generally bring to an area?
We're not anticipating any abnormal amount of traffic that's any different from the uses that surround us. And we're going to obviously.
I'm not asking about the surrounding. I'm talking about the change in traffic, because right now an office is not bringing any heavy traffic. Well, hardly any. I mean,
well, this one's not because it's empty.
Yeah, this one's not bringing anything.
Yeah.
Okay. But even if it were to be demolished and built up again with Class A, and it had only 20% vacancy, like other Class A in Las Colinas. Compared to that use, what's the difference in traffic?
I think you'd have more traffic with a Class A full office building, because we're going to have about 330 employees or so total among these buildings. I think you're going to have more, in that office building. So the streets over there aren't bad. We've been driving around. There hasn't been an issue with traffic interference, with regards to the industrial uses that are around and the office uses that are around. We haven't had any issues or anybody coming forward and saying, hey, what's going on here, with all this traffic or anything like that. And I do have a question, because I think you asked an interesting question. So this organic line is not in our future land use plan today?
So the land use today is business office because it used to be business district. So that all changed. So there today is no warehouse future land use in this area because that hadn't been basically reallocated yet. So that is, we're looking at that this year to reflect what's on the ground.
Well, and to add some clarification to Mike, what I was trying to get to the bottom of, we had for a long time kind of this unspoken policy of like, we're not doing warehouse east of 161. The west side of 161, yeah, like when you're south of 114. And so that's a clear line. And it was also sort of an unspoken policy. So I was just curious, is this an organically developed line that we're just kind of acknowledging? Or is it an intentional kind of, we're not too keen on letting this past where it is now? So that's what I was trying to get to the bottom of.
Yeah. And on your traffic, I don't think anybody from traffic is here. I understand that office, in terms of quantity, has more traffic. Just industrial has a different type of traffic and a different wear on the roads as well.
How would you characterize that difference? Or I guess Dan may be the one that needs to answer that.
Yeah, I don't know if he's still here or not, but I'm not the, or did you have a comment?
I think, based on the traffic pattern of an office building versus a warehouse, and I'm not sure the exact size of that warehouse or the building you're building, but the traffic should be a little bit less volume. Like Jocelyn was saying, it's going to be larger trucks like the trucks he was talking about, but the traffic volume should actually be less.
Yeah, and of course, we won't have 18-wheeler trucks, because we're not that type of a facility. And, you mentioned the organic line concept. This is not mine.
That's ours. It's the same map, though.
If you think about it organically, we've got the uses we're proposing directly south of us. So to me, it seems if, these properties way over here, there's no organic line that, makes that work. If we had to, I'd say the organic line is on High Point. In fact, the office building just to the north of us was just foreclosed on. So you've got some struggling things here. But, if you wanted to say, hey, there's an organic line, everything north of Greenway is going to be office, everything east of High Point is going to be office. That might better suit the short and the long-term future of the viability of this particular piece of property, which is threatened, at this time. And, there's nothing wrong with the product that we're suggesting. There's nothing dirty about it or unseemly or unsightly or anything like that. It's a high-quality, $43 million worth of tax base that's very aesthetically pleasing, very environmentally friendly. And the traffic that will be coming to and from this site is not 18-wheeler site or anything like that. So, we think, that it's really a great project. We're excited about the opportunity. We think it's compatible with what's in the neighborhood. We think it's consistent with how this property was deemed to develop, in fact, restricted only to develop this way through those deed restrictions. You know how tough those things are. They're more strict than our zoning ordinances. So anyway. Yeah, and we have met with LCA twice, and they're welcoming this project with open arms. They think it's great. They've made a few improvements. but it's coming along well with them. They're very happy about this project, and I would hope that you would be happy about it too. There's really no gamble here. You know, we've got, I think, 17 million square feet of office space in Las Colinas, and, you know, probably about, I don't know, 4 or 5 million of that's vacant right now. I've been told by brokers that we have a 40 to 50 year supply of vacant office space. And it's true that businesses want to return, you know, to the office environment. And there is going to be a percentage that are going to continue the lessons they learned because it makes sense financially for them to do it. And that 20% adds 20% onto your vacancy rate, even though it's a small number, you know. So we've got a serious issue right now with an extremely oversupply of office space. And this space is at the bottom end of that big pile because it's Class B and it's so old and it's deteriorating. So, you know, I don't like that, okay? And, you know, when we did the land plan, you know, even in 2017 or even now, you know, no one knew the future included a worldwide pandemic and what effects that would have. So I know, you know, we all like to make comprehensive plans, and we're having to, because this was changed last year, ask for this change in the future land use map, which we don't really know the future, but, you know, we use these tools to sort of guide us. That just happened last year. So I'm just asking for your consideration. We think we've got a good case here, and I think you've given us a fair hearing.
We've got a couple more questions.
Let me, Herb.
Yeah.
Because the request is to go from business office to manufacturing warehouse, and that development that's due west is exactly that. And that's a warehouse and light manufacturing. At the end of the day, I will tell you that there's going to be more traffic. And if you do the same thing, what you're talking about, you're changing the character of what is there right now. Call it old, doesn't matter. And so at the end of the day, I guess my question is, what is it that you're really going to put in, and what's going to be the impact as to not just traffic, but is there going to be, you call it flex office, light manufacturing? I mean, what is it?
It's not light manufacturing.
Well, I'm looking right at it.
I understand. That's the category that we're forced into applying for, because we have this business storage. You know, so we're forced to come into that category. What's pictured up there is what we're going to build. Okay, sorry about that. What's pictured up there is what we're going to build. So it's going to be the nicest of all of these properties actually out there. It's even going to be, it's Class A office space. So it's even going to be nicer than the old office buildings that are still going to be there. And, you know, when this building comes down, it's about 240,000 or so square feet of office space that you're going to now help the surrounding office buildings by getting that out of there, because now you've got that much less inventory. So hopefully that'll leave some room for, you know, for them to solve their problems, you know, that are averaging 40% vacancy rate. So this is an upgrade, you know, to this area. There's nothing heavy or dirty or obnoxious at all about this. It's going to, you see, it's beautiful, and it will probably be the most beautiful building out there until a new one is built.
Mark.
Right, so this area is in District 5, and it's an area that is commercial for office. And yeah, so there's this line. The line, where did it come from? So it came from development on 161 that unfortunately became warehouse, which never should have been. That corridor should have been preserved really for better development, but it is what it is. Then the question is, are we going to allow that to then continue to encroach upon areas of the city that we have designated for office? This building is older. I guess it makes sense for it to come down economically, but it should be replaced with Class A office. It should not be growing into ML20 or ML20A, involving more industrial and warehouse types uses. So we need to hold that line and not allow a further encroachment. So with that being the case.
Councilman?
Yes.
What's up on 161, those are distribution warehouse facilities. This is not that at all.
I understand.
Yes, absolutely not that at all.
I got what you said, what it was. So I make a motion to deny.
We have a motion to deny. Do we have a second? I'll second.
Okay.
Do we have a second? Further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of denial, please vote. And it fails 7-2.
Passed 7-2.
No, the motion was for denial.
And the motion passed 7-2.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Motion to deny. Pass.
It passed. Yes.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I didn't say it right.
Okay.
So there's no need to do the second.
That's correct, Mayor. Item number 36 is mute.
Item number 37 is 2024-202ZC, considering a zoning change, PO, professional office to CO, commercial office, 220, excuse me, it's getting late, 2200 West Irving Boulevard.
Move for approval?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Vote. And it passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Item number,
Thanks for being here.
item number 38 is an ordinance 2024-203ZC and 2024-232 DVP, considering zoning change to amend PUD 6, Planned Urban Development Number 6, and add truck service and repair indoor as an allowed use for under flex work use within portion of PUD 6, Track C, and approving development plans number 5, PUD 6 for ML 20A, Light Industrial 20A, plus truck service and repair indoors, 3100 East John Carpenter Freeway. We had a good discussion on this today. Is there any questions? Al?
Now, I'd like to make a comment. You know, I had said earlier about not, in fact, keeping it inside the PUD 6, but, you know, at the end of the day, this is a group and I think a family that's been here for a while. They have been very solid as far as their history, and I think we talked about keeping if it's going to be truck repair under roof, I think then, you know, I can kind of look at it in a more positive light.
Brad?
Yeah, I was looking at this. They're requesting only one exception, basically, for motor freight terminals. And looking at the surrounding property, I don't know what else, a whole lot else you're going to get right now, although I think hopefully the future use, the land skyrockets and someday you sell it, but I think it is a good family. And just looking at it, there's no amendment to the future land use map required. And so I can support it. So it's also a pretty small parcel, so.
Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve?
We have a second? Second. All those in favor? All those, please vote. And it passes 8-1. The next item on our agenda is ordinance number 2024-20. Oh, I was gonna just read it and then I'll answer that. 224 CP, considering a comprehensive plan amendment change the future land use category from urban center to open space to manufacturing warehouse at 1301 and 1351 East John Carpenter Freeway. We have Councilman Block and Sapanta that have filed affidavits for this item and will be abstaining, I'll get it out, from the discussion and the vote.
I'm Jonathan Sanford, 200 Ginkgo Circle, Irving, Texas, 75063. I come as the applicant. I'm the president of the University of Dallas. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. the University of Dallas is very proud to be in the city of Irving. We have a tremendously beneficial relationship with the city of Irving. And the city of Irving ought to be very proud of the University of Dallas. Many of the students of the University of Dallas are not necessarily drawn initially from the city of Irving. More and more are, but a tremendous number of our graduates start businesses here, have medical practices, serve as attorneys, and raise their families. We also have a track record of producing a lot of teachers for the Irving ISD, Catholic schools, Protestant schools, public charters. The University of Dallas has an outstanding national reputation. We have one of the very highest med school placement rates in the nation. We're one of only 7 colleges or universities to have received the highest rating for the quality of our education. And we have a thriving college of business. We're convinced that a data center on the tract of land that we're considering is of great value to the city of Irving, certainly to the University of Dallas, and to a lesser known but very important community, the Cistercian Monastery, which is adjacent to our vacant land. So why is this project of benefit to the University of Dallas? We have data science and AI becoming more and more a focus of the work we're doing in our College of Business. We have an outstanding computer science program, placing our graduates with Google, Microsoft. The educational benefits of a data center are significant, both for training our current students, internships, and job placements, research opportunities, and the like. The University of Dallas wants to see the city of Irving thrive even more than it already does, and we're also convinced that a thriving University of Dallas is of benefit to that end of the city of Irving. The tax benefits are significant. I'll let my colleagues talk about those for this kind of project. You know that data centers are popping up all over the place, but in the city of Irving, there are no data centers that are directly connected to a university. And that's one of the unique features of this particular project. I want to say something about the way in which we have been particularly keen to make sure that we're good neighbors to that small and less well-known group, the Cistercian Monastery. These Cistercians, if you've heard of them at all, you've probably heard a little bit about their backstory. Their original monastery was seized by a corrupt regime in Hungary in the 1950s, and through a remarkable set of circumstances, eventually found themselves in Irving, Texas, when Bishop Gorman was helping to get the University of Dallas off the ground, and they've been part of the university in a variety of ways. You probably know they run a preparatory school. That preparatory school is interested in a data center as well. You may not know that they were the world champion robotics team in 2023 and a close runner-up this past year. They're very tech-heavy, very heavy in math and science. I have been in regular conversation with the Cistercians over the years, exploring how best to use that tract of land that abuts theirs. Their concern has to do with height and volume of individuals. Why are they concerned about that? Well, they value their privacy. And if you want to consider longevity, they've been here since the 1950s, but the Cistercians take a fourth vow. It's a vow of stability. They, a few years ago, actually built a mausoleum below their church and disinterred their dead brothers so that they could be there on that plot of land. That vow of stability means they're going to be there forever. So the concerns have to do with height and busyness right around that tract of land. They're very attracted to this idea of a data center, certainly because of those educational benefits, but this would be relatively low, aesthetically pleasing, and we will be working with them hand in glove as we consider the particular look and feel of this particular data center. I am tremendously impressed in the way in which the city of Irving has been attracting businesses. We are thriving with international as well as local businesses. We see the data center project connected to not just any university, but the only university in the city of Irving to be facilitating further growth, innovation, and educational opportunities. So I thank you for your consideration and the opportunity to speak, and I yield the rest of my time to my colleagues.
President Sanders, before you leave, thank you for your working with the city and working with us on this development. We very, very much value the relationship that we have with the University of Dallas. We very much are excited about having the university within our community. We don't always have the opportunity to thank you and to thank the school for all that it does for our community. The reputation that you have is stellar, and it's a real asset to us. And as we've moved forward on these discussions, you have been extremely open to working with us, and I am excited that you have had the relationship that you have with Cistercian so that we can make sure that we can provide them the security and the ability to be within themselves and be happy about where they live and where they will be forever. So I wanted to personally thank you for the time that you have spent and the work that you have done to bring this project forward. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And the thanks is truly mutual. You and City Manager Hillman and others have been tremendously helpful. And we've been exploring this in unity with you. So thank you for that.
And we look forward to the partnerships that you'll have with this facility to even provide even better and more qualified individuals to be in our community.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Bill Dahlstrom, 2323 Ross Avenue, and I'm not going to add very much. I would like to thank Jocelyn and Ken Bloom for their assistance in helping us move this forward. They've done a tremendous job with this. And again, Dr. Sanford, thank you for your comments, but I think it's also important, I'd like to also identify Walt Monford with KDC, who is going to be we're teaming up with KDC on this project, and I'm sure you're all familiar with KDC and their high-quality reputation. I've been able to work with them on a couple projects, but just here in Irving, they've done the Wells Fargo Office Hub, the Pioneer Natural Resources Headquarters, Flora Corporation Headquarters, Citicorp. I mean, very high-quality developments here in the city. Ben Gibbs with the university is also here. Again, just want to thank you for this opportunity to talk to you about this very significant project, as Dr. Sanford said, for the city and the university. I wanted to address just a couple of issues that had come up during the work session, specifically taking the property out of PUD 6 and why that's important. I think, to reiterate what the city staff said in their presentation and their written materials, this property is really physically separated from the rest of PUD 6 by Tom Braniff Drive, which is a 6-lane divided minor arterial as shown on the city's thoroughfare plan. It's also got 114 on the south side. It's got floodplain on the north side. So it really doesn't relate as much to PUD 6 as the rest of the land in PUD 6. So it is physically separated and does provide, it does again stand out as an island of its own. And right across the highway is the university, as you all can see. The floodplain, I know that had become an issue, and Mr. Mountford is probably going to be a lot more eloquent in addressing this issue since it's what he does, but obviously we will not be building in a floodplain. any reclamation we need to do, any development we do, or anybody, if it's a PUD 6, will have to conform to city and state regulations as to detention and drainage. So at that, I'd like to turn this over to Mr. Mountford with KDC and allow him to make a further presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, we're very familiar with Steve Annenberg and his
Yes, thank you.
work in the city of Irving, going way back to, I remember probably the first project we worked on was the Nokia buildings and
Yeah.
prior to that.
My name is Walt Mountford. I live at 5132 Horseshoe Trail in Dallas, and that is one of the first things I want to tell you. Steve would be here. He had a family emergency that took him out of the country a couple days ago, unfortunately. But yes, my first project with KDC was actually the Associates building, which was on Royal, I think, and Las Colinas Boulevard, where we migrated them from the core. But yes, the Nokia building, and the list goes on and on. I think we've got 5 million square feet of developed square footage in Irving, and we're hopeful that you're proud of some of the things that we've done. And we'd like to maintain a high quality. We think this is a great fit for this site. We think it works well. I'm here to take any questions you might have about the development specifically. And so, thanks so much.
Okay, well, and I appreciate the role that the university has played in supporting the flood control district that we have in this area. So they're very much aware of the boundaries and things of that nature, and have been very active and played a major role in the certification of the levees, as well as looking at how we could reclaim land if there was something that could be done. So I have full faith that you are very much aware from your past experience in serving in those roles, if there's something we need to do within the floodplain, that you're more than capable of addressing those issues and aware of it. Are there any questions of the applicant?
I just want to make a statement. I have one question. So looking ahead, I can certainly envision Tom Braniff being expanded. Is that something that you've taken into account as far as like considering an expansion of Tom Braniff Road, going up from 114 to Kelly?
Well,
Crossing.
we've site planned in accordance with the right-of-ways that exist right now. So if the city has planned for additional lanes and has that within the right-of-ways, that's what we're presuming.
All right, thank you.
Kyle.
Yeah, I just want to make a statement real quick. We've had several items come to us regarding PUD 6. I think this is a really good project, I really do. But to be consistent, all the projects that have come to us have been good projects. But I've always wanted to maintain and hold the integrity of PUD 6. So I'll be voting no on this, and I don't want you to think it's not because I don't think it's a good project. It's just because of all the other no's that I've done with PUD 6 regarding my philosophy on where we should be with PUD 6. My family's involvement with UD goes back to my grandmother, who used to host exchange students that came from Thailand who were getting their master's degrees and PhDs from the University of Dallas. But I have voted a no on a number of different items that have come to us regarding PUD 6. So for that exact reason, to be consistent and fair to everybody, I'll be voting no on this. So that's my statement.
Okay. I'd entertain a motion.
Mayor, we do have some other people that signed up to speak in opposition of this case.
Oh, okay.
Rick Gibbs.
I apologize.
I was here at the commission meeting, and I was kind of shocked at what I saw. This is a floodplain. In May, a lot of people on the Dallas side were flooded.
Sir, can you provide your name?
Oh, my name is Rick Gibbs, 2807 Allen Street, at Dallas, Texas. I'm from the Dallas side. We're the people that get flooded. You're going to elevate this and push the water 3 to 6 inches. I heard them say something about a 500-year FEMA. Well, when I walked there 2 weeks ago, I was walking through 3 and 6 inches of water in that whole 33 acres of land. So you're going to push maybe half of that to 2/3 of that over onto Luna Vista Golf Course, Macho Storage Area, Texas National Guard. All these entities, there's many more that's already getting flooded. The streets are getting flooded. And still, I went by there this afternoon. The river is still at the flood stage. It's not into this pressure relief valve area of 33 acres that they want to build on, but a few weeks ago it was. I am a data center designer. I have been featured in the Dallas Morning News. I have been featured in the Computer World magazine. I have worked with Texas Instruments designing the largest data center in the world. I have worked with Citibank. I have worked with MCI WorldCom. I have worked with McAfee, all their data centers. None of these people would put a data center in a floodplain, next to a floodplain, or raise an area
1 minute.
flood their neighbors. They just will not do that. So I am very much, as a data center designer, against this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Garrett Boone, followed by Mike Austin, and that'll be it.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Garrett Boone. I live at 2417 Loving Avenue in Dallas, sorry. But I've been working in the Elm Fork area for the last 8 years. I know it very well. I know what causes the flood and what doesn't cause the flood. My concern about this, I mean, Rick already said it. This is a floodplain. There's water there. You can't build this data center on the grade. You're going to have to raise it, and the question is, you're going to raise it 2 feet, 5 feet, or 10 feet. And this area also, even if it is a very important safety valve for flooding around there. Even this area, if there was an extreme weather event, this area would fill up with stormwater and would slow it down before it's released in the Trinity River to mitigate the flooding of the properties that Rick talked about. The most important thing is there's a man named Jerry Cotter. Jerry Cotter is retired from the Corps of Engineers, but he spent 4 years studying the watershed of the Elm Fork, or the western watershed of the Trinity River. And he came to the conclusion that the flood tables are totally out. They're not realistic anymore. A 500-year floodplain might be a 100-year floodplain. A 5,000-year floodplain might be a 1,000-year floodplain. And there's two reasons. One is because climate is increasingly unpredictable, and there are extreme events that can bring things on you've never seen before. The other is the whole watershed of the Trinity River is being covered over in development, rampant development. And even though it's supposed to be done under the auspices of the state of Texas stormwater permitting, it's not happening. These cities are so hell-bent to expand, to get revenue, they're ignoring it. Either they don't know about it, they don't have the people to do it, or they're just flat ignoring it. So the stormwater levels coming down to Dallas and Irving are going to be increasing every year. And that's going to change the characteristics of the site. I love the University of Dallas. I love this project. I wish I thought this site would work, but I highly recommend that someone contact Jerry Cotter. He's retired now, but I think he may be going to be doing some consulting, and to ask him about the issue of the stormwater and what he thinks about it. I think it would be a very prudent thing to do. Thank you very much.
Last speaker, Mike Austin. Give the officer right there. No, pass them out.
Please, the microphone, if you would, please. State your name and...
Please state your name and address.
My name is Michael Austin. I'm from 6122 Ridgecrest Road, Dallas, Texas, 75231. Can I get a speaker over there?
No.
Can I move this over here?
What do you could, you...
I just don't
What
want
do you want to do with...
water on this.
What do you want to do?
I was told I could show a demonstration.
Well, you can go ahead and do it and then tell us what you did.
this water represents, water in the river, and it also represents the floodplain. So I'm going to fill up this one container. I just thought of this coming over here, so I haven't really practiced this, so forgive me. Try to fill it up as much as I can to the top. And this represents the jobs, the tax dollars that they're bringing in. Love the idea. But let's see, what Mr. Ricksoffer, you mentioned about the DART vote. You've spoken about the economical development, sir, and you spoke about equality or inequality. Kyle Taylor, you voted no tonight on item 25 about the alcohol. You mentioned that it was in the wrong location. Matter of fact, I think everybody did. So here's the river at the regular height. Here's your building, sir. Pouring it in. Everything's looking good. Now.
1 minute remaining.
Got a minute left. Remind me. River's that high. Everything's looking good. The floodplain, the rain's come. Now, granted, I got a little bit on the table. But what do we do with the rest of the water? It's gonna come to Dallas. Love the idea. I love the idea in Irving. It's wonderful. You guys took a lot of thought about that DART vote. I was for those kids. I was like, yeah, I'm clapping, I'm excited. I was for them. But then you said, everybody did their homework up here. We thought about it, and Dallas is pretty much crapping on us. We've got to send a message. I completely agree. You guys did your homework on that. I ask you to do your homework on this. This sugar in here represents the tax dollars and the jobs we all want.
Thank you, Mr. Austin.
But it really is salt, and it leaves a better taste. Thank you.
That was our last speaker.
I'll be more than happy to clean this up. Apologize. Just wanted to
Well, first of all, one of the things you need to understand is at one point about 70% of the city of Irving was underwater. That's why we have all the flood districts that we have within the city of Irving, whether it's in Valley Ranch, whether it's in Las Colinas, whether it's in the Dallas County area and other places. The way that we have operated over the years is we do work with the Corps of Engineers, and there are the permits that would need to be done, and before anything would be built in the floodplain, there would have to be approval by the Corps of Engineers. They would have to have the permit, which probably will take anywhere from 12 to 24 months to get through the federal government. Now, that's basically what we do as a city when it comes to those type of things. And as I mentioned earlier, the University of Dallas has been very active as a member in that flood control district, and they are very aware of the requirements by the federal government. They were very active in, if you also notice that area, the levee has been raised and rebuilt over the last few years to take care of this exact problem that you're talking about. There were times in the past where it wasn't at the level that it should have been, and it wasn't maintained at that level, and there was challenging with the certification of it. So that was something that dollars were allocated by raising the tax rate in that district, and they worked with Albert Half and Associates, is the engineering company. They've been very active. I'm very much aware of the flood control district in Valley Ranch. I served on that board for many years. I also lived there. I've been there for 34 years. And the engineers and the cooperation that they have with the Corps of Engineers is extremely important for them to make sure that the levee is certified on a regular basis to meet the standards for the 500-year plus certain amount of freeboard, so many feet that they have allocated for that as well. So while I understand your thoughts and your concerns, I know that this is not something that they're going to move forward with without having those type of things in place. I would refer back to the, I'm probably speaking out of turn and speaking for you, so I would probably be better to have you come up and let them know if I am saying or doing anything wrong.
No, I don't think you were at all. There's a kind of a litany of checks and balances on this thing where we've got to go through FEMA. The first thing is that we have to do a hydrological study, which is an analysis which we've recently completed, and essentially it's keeping the tract virtually the way it is right now. It's a 33-acre tract, right, and 21 of it are essentially out of the 500-year floodplain. And so that leaves 12 that's wet. There's really nothing that we can do about the 12 that's wet. But ultimately, all of this analysis needs to get run through FEMA and go through that 2-year process, and that's exactly what we're going to do. I mean, that's not a mystery for us, or it's certainly not something that we're sidestepping at all. And we've got the preliminary analysis. That's really one of the key things. And I'll just digress by saying we've worked extensively with Encore to substantiate and confirm the power that's deliverable to the site. Obviously, there's a lot of fiber in the infrastructure that's adjacent to this site. So the due diligence has been significant and poignant, and we're going to continue on the hydrological side as well.
And our engineering people here on staff will not certify anything unless they have the certification from the Corps of Engineers that you have met the standards. We've had people come in to us and say, hey, we've taken this out of the floodplain, it looks good, everything's wonderful, but they never went to FEMA and got it approved. And so it's not something that our engineers would approve unless they had the FEMA approval prior to that, regardless of how it looked. So I just wanted to make people feel better about the fact that the city is going to make sure that the FEMA has the approval on it, the Corps of Engineers has the approval on it, and that it has been certified before we would even consider moving forward and working with you over the years, know that you would not bring it forward to us until you had that done as well.
And you mentioned Half Associates. We're working with Kimley Horn, who's another kind of equally credible hydrological firm that does this type of work. So.
Yeah, they were just the ones that worked on the district, I believe, for the most recent certification. So it's always been an interest of mine, and so I pretty much know what's going on with the districts in the city of Irving, because everyone always worries about flood insurance because we have areas in the city that are not managed by a flood district, but because of the drainage through that, we have homes that flood. So we've spent in the last few years hundreds of thousands, if not, or close to hundreds of millions of dollars taking homes out of the floodplain within the city of Irving as well, so that those residents will be able to not pay that extra money for flood insurance. So we're very much aware of the water situations and how it affects the residents and the businesses within the city of Irving.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Brad.
Yeah, I think I would say I'm typically with Kyle on PUD 6, but I always had kind of wondered about this piece just really because of Cistercian and kind of the space that they have, and I know what their goals have been, and I think they have some approval rights on what happens anyway, and so a high intense use would not be appropriate for that property. It wouldn't be befitting kind of their legacy and the uses that they have going on, and this being a lower intense use. Occasionally it's nice to have somebody who wants a data center as a neighbor, so I think that's appreciated. I'd only say be careful with Tom Brand of Speedway over there. It's people come flying down there, so who knows if there'll be a redesign, Mark, but I think that'd be helpful at some point. So, and Bill, I didn't recognize you with the goatee, but welcome back, so thank you.
Okay, no further questions. I'd entertain a motion. Mark?
Yeah, I think it's a great project, and I think it is a unique location at that site, even though it's in PUD 6. And, right, the Cistercians have that right of disapproval for anything that might come in there. And so we can't reasonably expect there to be a retail or something very commercial at that site. So I think this data center fits what the needs for the site, and I would make a motion to approve.
A motion, to have a second? Second. Would you please vote? It's going to be a little different here because we're short, so it passes 6-1. That takes us to the...
Let me just say thank you. I do recognize the complexity of PUD 6 and the challenge there. This is a unique site, and I really appreciate the support. Thanks very much.
Okay, that takes us to item number 40, which is ordinance 2024-205 ZC, considering a zoning change from PUD 6 Master Plan Development, number 6, Track G, Transit-Oriented Mixed-Use Office to SP2 ML20A, Generalized Site Plan, Light Industrial 20A for data center uses and excluding certain uses at 1301 and 1351 East John Carpenter Freeway. Again, Councilman Block and Councilman Zapata will be abstaining from this. We've heard the presentation. Do we have speakers on this one as well?
No additional speakers.
No speakers on this, and we've heard the presentation. I'd entertain a motion. Motion. Oh, sure, Dennis. Go ahead, Dennis. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I got a comment first, and I will vote to support this, but also want to make this statement because ever since we started talking about PUD 6 and the vision of PUD 6 and how we want certain things in PUD 6, I noticed the applicant is requesting to remove, if I'm correct, this property from PUD 6. And I know if I vote against it, that'll be going against what I just said, that I'm going to support it, so I won't do that. But I do want to make this statement that we've gone down this road, and we're going down this road of removing properties out of PUD 6. And so I think we need to make sure that we realize we're setting a precedent. We're setting a precedent for future developers who come and say, I want to remove this out of PUD 6. And we need to keep that in mind. So we've let the horse, out of the stable. And at the end of the day, because we had a case 6 months ago who wanted to remove their parcel out of PUD 6, and we said no. Well, y'all said no. So I just want to, make sure we keep that in mind. I will support it, but I just want to make sure, and I just wanted to make that statement because I guarantee you, we will have some other developers coming with the same request to remove something out of PUD 6. And we need to think back to this night when we're making decisions.
Okay. Motion.
As I said in the work session, all the parcels and all parcels of property are different. And so you have to look at the characteristics of each one and make an evaluation just based on that. You can't say that all of PUD 6, everything throughout is exactly the same. It's not. So I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion and second. Motion and second. Would you please vote? And it passes 6-1. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for staying with us. We have one more left. 2024-211ZC, considering a zoning change from SP2, Generalized Site Plan, to Community Commercial, SP2, with Generalized Site Plan, Community Commercial, with parking variance to reduce minimum parking requirements for retail center and indoor amusement uses at 1080 and 1100 West LBJ Freeway.
make sure that Al and John are back with us, and they are. Do we have the applicant with us? Yes. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and City Manager. Thank you for inviting me to speak in behalf of this particular case. I also want to say, my name is Karim Kargozar. I also go by Abdul Karim Kargozar. I live in 3126 Spring Creek Trail, Prosper, Texas, in the border of Saleno and Prosper. I want to say thank you, City of Irving, for allowing us to present and speak on behalf of our case. We also appreciate all the support and help from the City of Irving Planning and Zoning commissions, inspections and permits, mayor and council members, as well as our citizens who may support or oppose this case. With the letter of authorization in file from the Alpha Shopping Center landlord, we have presented our parking variance case to the City of Irving P&Z. Unfortunately, P&Z did not approve us because I only had 5 minutes to present, and I was not able to go through the entire presentation that I wanted to present right now. So I appreciate the opportunity. So, I'll go page down. Let's make sure that I can get my technology right in here. Why it's not moving?
The arrow to the right.
Sorry, it's not moving the presentation.
Just use the little wheel.
Okay, just, I need to go more up, right? Go up where?
Yeah, use the wheel.
Oh, okay. Oh, wheel. Wheel is better than moving the mouse. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Obviously, I did my introduction, the agenda as follows. The purpose, shopping center legal description, variance request, justification, and exhibits, which is consistent of pictures and videos. I must say that my whole focus during the Commissioner P&Z meeting was to present the case as a shopping center, but I got a lot of questions about this particular establishment that we have within that shopping center. So I'm prepared to talk about that in this presentation. From the shopping center owner, Mr. Sori Management Corporation. Mr. Sori is the owner of that. The tenant is suite number 100 on the 1100 West LBJ Freeway. And I am the presenter with the letter of authorization from the landlord to speak in behalf of the shopping center because my establishment that is in there has brought up these questions. Again, this is the picture of the shopping center that we are talking about, and our establishment is right around this corner. Purpose. As requested, we have prepared the letter of justification outlining our requirements to obtain P&Z approval and necessary permits to allow us to begin development in the subject shopping center for the Alpha Shopping Center, which I explained. Under P&Z direction, we have provided comprehensive charts of shopping center parking showing the physical parking spaces for the subject shopping center as well as the ratio and allocated parking spaces. This is a legal description. I don't need to go through that, but everybody knows there where the shopping center is located. And my apologies that I didn't know I needed to be there to present during a working session. But I had inquired about it, but they said that I would only get 3 minutes, and 3 minutes was not going to be enough for me to present. Variance request, as it is a total required parking space ratio for shopping center per city guidelines, which was established by planning and zoning a while back, is 132. So what our requirements is 132. Total allocated parking space for the shopping suite is 118, with physical spaces available is 111. If we subtract the 132 from 111, all we are really talking about is 21 spaces in a deserted shopping center that there's ample parking is available. These are ratios. There are only 4 establishments there. There's obviously our indoor amusement place, which we have been after permits, and there's most of them been from our side, the delays, because of the persons that we had in charge did not really follow the city process, so I took over to follow the city process. Our establishment is 6,900 square feet with allocated parking space of 42. However, we only going to be using 4,000 of that square feet. The rest of them is just empty office spaces. So that's one thing that I did not get a chance to mention in P&Z commissioners meeting. The restaurant that's there, it has 46 allocated spaces. There's a nail salon, which has 8 spaces, and there's another restaurant that's being established and being constructed, has 22 spaces. Justifications. Based on our review of chart and the usage of the parking spaces by the occupied suites and businesses, multiple observation of the shopping center and traffics and facts gathering, we believe that there are ample parking spaces available, which we strongly believe can justify the approval of the shopping center variance case, which we're talking about only 21 parking spaces. Justification number 1, not all suites at the shopping center are using the physical parking spaces, and their allocated parking spaces are not fully utilized during different times of the operation. We have not observed that any suites and businesses located within the shopping center has ever utilized the full parking spaces during the years of operation. That is based on the observation, of landlord observation, and the facts submitted in this case. These next couple of points I added because I was asked about our shopping center, our establishment in that shopping center. The ISL Entertainment Group, LLC, Suite 100, peak operation hours falls outside of the other establishments' operating hours. Thus, they have plenty of spaces for the potential members who are visiting our facility. Number 4, while the requirements for, again, I added these after the commissioners' meeting. While the requirements for indoor amusement is 69 parking spaces, we are only using 4,000 square feet of internal amusement facility. This was not discussed during the P&Z presentation, as the focus was on the entire shopping center. But we were asked about our suite number 100 that is located in shopping center where the variance focus is. Hence, the next couple of points explains the particular establishments in question. The ISL Entertainment Group Suite 100 is internal indoor amusement. We will have a benefit for the area as it will, A, employ workers, B, allow citizens to have a place nearby to spend time for recreation and enjoyment, which is there is nothing around that area currently. C, we will provide additional safety and security to the shopping center, which I don't believe it is right now well allocated. D, we will help to keep shopping center to have more attractive view with signage and lightnings. That is under my supervision and direction as a general manager for that facility. E, we will provide valet and organized parking coordination. F, we will provide more super-class view to the shopping center. And G, the facility will not zone to serve alcohol, hence alcohol is not served. Okay. One additional item I want to add is that we believe this facility will bring tax dollars to the city. We employ workers. We believe that I am tremendous support of our first responders. We believe that these first responders will have a place to go. We will arrange for tournaments of a charity tournament, etc. as well in that facility, which there's nothing in that area currently. This is the picture of the facility that we have. As you can see, we will only, you see the tables right here and the area right here. That is the only area we're going to be using. We are not using the rest of this area, which is, I believe, P&Z was focusing on 6,900 square feet. We only be using about 4,000 of this square feet area. So that means we are theoretically within the guidelines of the requirements of the parking space. These are the pictures that taken, these are Exhibit 1 pictures that taken during the time that I have visited and my colleagues have visited multiple times. This is kind of showing the front of the shopping center. This is in the side of the shopping center. This is the back shopping center. So when I meant deserted, this is what I meant by deserted. So 21 allocated additional spaces that I'm looking for and desperately need after about 6-7 months spending time with the landlord, with the rest of the team, is not really much that I'm asking for. Now, I'd like to thank you so much for listening to me. I'd like to now show you some of the videos that we have collected. And I want to say thank you, Mr. Fernando, for helping me organize these videos and bringing them to light. The first video is introductory videos of the place. Not now. What is this? There you go. Are you doing it for me? Okay, thank you. I'll let you do it.
Good afternoon. This is now 6:10 p.m. on June 11, 2024. We are referencing, again, variance application for parking application for the city of Irving for the shopping center located at 1100 West LBJ Freeway, Irving, Texas 75063. Variance application number 2024-211-ZC. As you can see, at 6:11 p.m. still there's ample parking considering just one restaurant and nail spot. There's only 2 cars in there. The Indian restaurant, only 6 cars in there. And this is my car right here. I'm going to the back again. As you can see, the front has ample parking space. I am going to the back to take a video of the back of the building, again to demonstrate if there is anybody parked there. So again, in these peak hours, there are ample parking space. None of the establishment in here are utilizing the allocated parking space that they have for them. Again, this is Wednesday, June 11th, 6:10 p.m. And we will continue one more recording at 8 p.m., around 8:30 p.m. here, and subsequent recording again on Saturday or Sunday. Again, look, parking is completely empty. None of the establishment are using any of the front parking or the back parking, so we have a lot of overflow of the parking available, and there's opening to Target shopping center.
We can stop and we can go to the next one in the interest of time.
You do have about 8 minutes left on your 20 minutes.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I managed it that these videos will be.
Good afternoon. This very short video is in reference to P&Z parking variance application or shopping center located at 1100 West LBJ Freeway, Irving, Texas 75063.
We can stop that one.
The purpose of this video is to show you how empty
It's
the
the same
parking
thing.
is.
Yes, that is the correct one, please. Yes.
June 23rd, 2024. The time is 1:04 p.m.
This is the back of the shopping center. You can stop that, please, Mr. Fernando. We can go to the next one. Can we go to the one on the 22nd at 8:49 p.m., please? This is Saturday, busiest, it's supposed to be a busiest time.
Today is Saturday, June 22nd, 2024. The time is 8:49 p.m.
Yeah, we can stop that one, sorry, yeah. Okay, can we go to the 23rd at 9:18 p.m., please?
June 23rd, 2024, 9:18 p.m.
Again, this is the shopping center. It's supposed to be in the busiest time of the day on Saturday. This is the front of the shopping center. Okay, we can stop that, please, in the interest of time. We can go to 9:20 p.m., please. That's the last one I would like to demonstrate.
June 23rd, 2024, 9:20 p.m.
He's driving to the back of the shopping center again at that 9:20 p.m., which, as I mentioned in my presentation, it's a peak operating time for us. And all the establishments are closed at this time. So there's, again, ample parking space available, as you will see. This is the back of the shopping center. I believe that's enough. I think I presented enough videos, not unless the councils, they would like to see anything else from that perspective. The last comment from my side, again, something that was missed by the P&Z commissioner meeting was we are talking about 4,000 square feet of that space, which is well within range of the parking availability and parking guidelines of the city. And the additional spaces we are not utilizing at all because there are a couple of office spaces that there are in there. So most of the population will be in the 4,000 square feet that we have mentioned. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate your listening, and I know you're tired after a hard day at work, but thank you so much. And one more thing I want to mention, I used to live, the first place I lived in my life when I came to the United States was Washington, then Durant, Oklahoma. I went to Southeastern Oklahoma State University, but my first job was in O'Connor's Road, Las Colinas, and I was living in apartments in 183. So I'm trying to come back home. Thank you so much.
Al, did you have a question?
Yeah, if there's no other comments, I'd have a motion, Mayor.
I got a question.
Dennis has some questions.
What is your hours of operation?
We are planning to be 7 by 24/7.
24/7?
24/7, sorry, 24/7, yes, sir.
Okay, so you showed the pictures or the videos of the front of the shopping center. How do you guarantee that your patrons are not going to use up all of those parking spaces in front of the shopping center? Because if you're open 24 hours, okay, and then some of them businesses don't open until 9:30 or 10, I find it hard to believe that your patrons who show up at whatever time they show up is not going to get those first spaces in front of the building. And regardless of how long they stay there, they may be there till whatever, 11, 12 o'clock. And so the people coming into these normal businesses don't have nowhere to park. They got to go all the way to the back of the building to park because your patrons got all the parking space. How do you guarantee that's not going to happen?
Great question. I believe I answered that. We're going to have organization. We're going to have organized activities in there. We're going to have a valet parking where we're going to be preventing some of the parking spaces that are occupied by those businesses during those hours. Again, our peak operational hours or our peak operation hours, where the people is going to be in there after their work about 8, 9 o'clock at night, where nail salon is closed, restaurant is about to close. So the front will be available. However, we will also have the valet parking. That was in our intention, to put the valet parking in there to prevent something like that you're mentioning.
So do you know kind of what percentage of your building, your 4,000 square foot, would be occupied, say, from 5 a.m. to 10 a.m.?
From 5 a.m. to 10 p.m., I would say
10 a.m.
probably.
10 a.m.
10 a.m. 5 p.m. to 10 a.m., probably I would say about, we will not be completely full at all time, probably be about 50 to 60% of capacity, based on my observation of the similar establishments that there are in other areas of the city. For example, Texas Courthouse has almost a similar operations to what we have, and when you go over there during the, but they're bigger, right? They have 25 tables versus us, we're going to have 15 tables, or and probably 9 tables full at any one time. So they are bigger, however, but I have observed it. Again, I didn't bring a video of that, but their peak operation hours, again, is from 9 p.m. to, 2 a.m., right? So there's other times that they're not that busy during the normal business hours.
Okay, so you say 50 to 60% of the capacity during that 5 a.m. to 10 a.m.?
Correct.
What did that equate to in people?
I'm sorry, what?
That equate to in people?
50 to 60%, I would say probably about 30 to 40 people, 30 to 40 people.
30 to 40 people, so we're talking 25 vehicles?
25 to, maybe maximum, let's say 35 vehicles probably.
So my concern is, people are creatures of habit, and I'm one of those. I'm not going to park on the back of that building and walk all around to the front, but I can pull in there at 5 o'clock in the morning. There's a spot there, and I plan to be there till 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock. I just can see that the other businesses are going to have a parking issue, because your patrons are going to use all those parking spaces at the time that they're coming to their business, and the customers that's going to be coming to those businesses are going to be forced to have to go all the way to the back of that building, and that's a long way to that back and then walk around to the front. So that's my concern.
I understand your concern, 100%. As I mentioned, we're going to have an organized activity where we're going to have the valet. We're going to make sure that even on those operational hours that those places operate, we will have the valet to direct the people to the back, or the valet will take them to the back. The valet is complimentary. Now, they can pay the tips, because we have seen it in other locations. They can pay the tip to the valet if they want to. If they don't want to, we're paying the valet person. So.
Any other questions? We'll go back to Al. You wanted to make a motion?
Yes, one comment.
Sure.
The whole rear end of that whole parking, if you look at it, it's also residential. That's on the other side of it, and that's within about 50 feet. So at this time, I would move that for denial for 2024-211ZC, considering zoning change from SP2C-C, generalized site plan, community commercial, to SP-2C-C, generalized site plan.
Second.
Can I make a comment? Residential, there is nothing, it's all the back end area is for our shopping center. It's not residential, sir.
Okay. Yes, it is.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Would you please vote for denial?
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, the next item is a resolution selecting Mayor Pro Tem and Deputy Mayor Pro Tem. Who are the victims?
Item 42, I move to appoint Dennis Webb as Mayor Pro Tem and John Bloch as Deputy Mayor Pro Tem.
We have a motion and a second. Would you please vote?
Can I vote?
Yeah, you can vote.
You can vote for yourself.
Yeah, I'm voting no.
Item 43, I move to make the following appointments to the Irving Hospital Authority Board. Appoint Blair Robinson and reappoint Mark P. Anders, Susie Fan, and John P. West to terms expiring June 30th, 2026.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Would you please vote? And it passed unanimously. Under the mayor's report, I did want to just thank again the staff, Chris and his team, the parks team, and all of the different organizations within the departments within the city of Irving for their commitment to the Stars and Stripes 4th of July. And we would like to show that video because I know a couple people have wanted to have it shown, so we'll go ahead and show it. And the residents that want to speed through all of this so they can see it, they'll be able to.
Sparks and Stripes, lighting up an unforgettable night. A masterful show of 525 drones, and the first public show of its kind with pyrotechnics. It kicked off an eventful 2-day celebration in Irving of America's independence.
I love the 4th of July. Me too!
Around 6,500 revelers of all ages packed Levy Event Plaza for the fireworks and drone show on July 3rd. Then thousands more gathered in the Heritage District for the annual parade on July 4th, featuring more than 50 entries.
Our parks crew, they knock it out every time, but they can't do it without the support of our police department, our fire department, our streets crews, even our code enforcement, our solid waste teams are out here. It's an all-hands-on-deck approach because in Irving, if we're going to do it, we're going to do it right.
After the parade, attendees enjoyed live music, and the city provided slices from 36 watermelons plus 1,000 mini pies, with 12 lucky participants competing in a pie eating contest.
I think Councilman Taylor was just in the water not too long ago.
There was also a dunking booth that featured some highly acclaimed guests, but it was Wednesday night's aerial entertainment grabbing buzz across the country. A video of this drone eagle with 18 pyrotechnics has more than 80 million views on social media.
This is a dream for us. It just really shows the greatness of this city, the diversity of this city, and events like this are just really what makes it great for people to live in Irving.
Because there's nothing more American than a selfie in front of fireworks. Irving Sparks and Stripes 2-day event allowed residents to celebrate freedom and have an absolute blast.
All right. And again, congratulations to the team. All right, it's 11:21, and we are adjourned. And this old guy's got to find a restroom.